Here we go again, everybody. Whether this will work out in my favor at all, we'll see. Will I get anywhere? We'll also see. Am I committed to making this happen? Yeah. Will I regret it? We'll see. Important point. I walked us to the library door so I wouldn't lose track of my brain again on the way there. I thought this was the library door. Is this not the library door? This is the obvious big door that you would think an ornate key would go into. Is this door locked? This door is also locked. Maybe this is the door. No? I might have barked up the wrong tree to begin with, apparently. Okay. So how the hell... Where the hell... What? Why? How? What? Is there a door on this side I don't know about? No. Huh. Don't color me confused. I mean, in the end, that door doesn't matter anyway. The one that I tried second, because it literally leads to somewhere we've already been. I'm like 90% sure that's the library. And since we have the library key, I don't know why we can't go in. Like, I know there's two keys to the library, and I guess I'm just missing the other key? Which becomes a matter of, we now need to go play where the hell's the other key? It was mentioned last time that it was in a bedroom. Specifically, I think they said it was in Obed's bedroom. Now, where Obed's bedroom is a whole other question. Because I would assume Alan has the master bedroom of the two, considering he's been in charge of everything all the time. Which means Obed's bedroom would be a smaller one somewhere in the mansion. Now, to my mind, that logic tracks, but just because the logic tracks doesn't mean I'm correct. We've already proven that multiple times along this adventure. Like, I would have figured it would have been in this bedroom. Because we picked up the rocket launcher and such in this room, and then it amounted to nothing in terms of actual productivity after we got rid of the freaky flower. So you would think something would matter here, but especially with this camera angle, which I don't think we found anything in this area. I think I tried shooting that mirror already, so I don't think that does us any good. Like, thankfully my long-term memory is better than my short-term from these days, so I remember a lot of what we did last time, and a lot of what was said. The problem is, I still don't know where exactly I need to be, is I know I need to get into the library. Problem is, the key I have doesn't work on the obvious library door, so I'm kinda confused all over again. That's where we came in here from. I'm just going back through mentally and trying to make sure there wasn't a room we, like, missed or something. Because there's gotta be something we didn't pick up, or something we didn't spot, or something along those lines. This is the office we got the library key in, because we opened this drawer over here. And this was the last thing we did last time, was we opened this drawer and took the key out of it. And I don't think there's another portrait puzzle we're supposed to do at the current stage of things, because we haven't found any other puzzles. But maybe there's something connected to the big spiral I'm forgetting. Hmm. Like, there must be something connected to the spiral staircase I missed or something, because we definitely sped through this part. Okay, the lights are on when it looks like that. Something over here? Like, my instincts have been screaming at me the entire time that we missed something. I just cannot, for the life of me, put my finger on what. This, I assume... Wait. Where is this? This might be the door I was looking for, actually. We just might, you know, die in the process of getting this done. Because this could easily be a library door as well. Ah, I understand. I understand now. We needed to go around the locked door by using the staircase to get to this door, which is also locked. Because that's this door here. The other door doesn't actually exist on the map. I'm now realizing. Okay. So more than likely the key works here. Or not? None the fuck? Does it work on this door? Or is this not a door key at all? This should be a library key, yeah? Yeah, ground floor library. We must still need the other key that I... Well, at least now we can go back and forth. Oh, of course, now there's a zombie here, huh? Great. We might actually die. Yep, that's our first death in the game. Huh. Well, that's new. Rather than deal with the save load menu, I'm just gonna load state back to where we saved. It's not a matter of avoiding using the save charms, it's a matter of it's quicker than the actual load time. So, and honestly, we accomplished absolutely nothing in that time frame, aside from figuring out the purpose of the spiral staircase door. In that it is a shortcut back. The problem is, we are still just as not getting anywhere as we were before. And I'm kinda confused. If I'm honest, I am very confused. So I guess it's back to the hunt for a bedroom I missed. Since that was the only other clever plan I had for getting around our problem. Was using the spiral staircase to open the other door. Like, I assume going back up isn't gonna do us any good. Is this, I assume, just leads straight back to the attic. Which is where we were when we Yeah, this is the attic door. Okay. Like, I want to trust my memory, but I can't trust my memory at the same time. So that's why you see me saying, oh, this is probably going to be X, and I immediately prove it. So let's go ahead and get that door opened again at the very least. This way we can get back to the fancy door again. Shotgun's fully loaded. Since we know we're gonna get dogpiled by zombies as soon as we open this door. I'm just gonna be sneaky this time. Because if they're not gonna fight fair, why am I gonna fight fair? Now, there's more than likely gonna be more zombie on the other side of this door. For some reason. Like, I have to assume that those zombies spawned because it's a key point in the process. And maybe not opening that door was a flag for something? And that was the misunderstanding I had? Let's see. The misstep we took was I didn't go through that door and unlock it in the process. So it was trying to spit us out in front of the door we need to open, but our key doesn't work on either of the doors. So assuming that they would normally spit you out near both sides of the solution, the other half of the solution we're missing should be around here somewhere. In terms of game logic. I'm not saying I'm correct. That's just the only suspicion I've got. We were in here before because I thought I'd missed a key in here before. I'm not really getting anywhere with that logic either. Why is the game so much louder today? Even though I turned everything down. Then again, it might just be in my head because I turned my headset back up. Let's just turn that down again. Like, in theory, we could beat this game today, because apparently this is only like a 7-hour game. But with the amount we're getting lost and stuck, this might turn into a much, much longer experience for us. Okay, now, I definitely didn't miss anything in here. There should have been like an iron key or, I mean, a steel key or something in here if I missed it when I picked up the wolf mask. So that much is not true. Unless it's like in the mask somewhere. I think there are a couple things you need to examine. I backed out too far. Wanted to actually... Yeah, because there's a number on the half a picture here. I thought I remembered something like that, but I could not guarantee it till I looked.
Aline?
Okay. Needless to say, we are at more of an impasse than I expected to be. Here I was thinking, it's like, oh, I've got everything figured out. We'll be fine. Nope. And that's the other thing that's bugging me, is neither of the library doors are showing up on the map. Why? Is it because I can't use them at all, so they're just unmarked at the moment because I don't have the full solution? Or is the game just fucking with me? Let's see. We're just gonna take a look around on the map and think of what would likely be a bedroom. We know that the old lady lives up here, the mother of the Mortons. So we know that room's not the answer. We can pretty safely nix the attic as an option. Didn't we get 2 keys in the... Right, the other key went to the door that got us into the spiral staircase, I believe. On the one hand, we don't have that many places to go. On the other, we actually do have a lot. And... it can very easily turn into a complete and utter disaster. Yeah, see, this one doesn't mention anything about steel key with the mask. So I think this one's more accurate. I'm just quickly looking for a mention of any kind of, like, first library keys or anything. No, it says use the ornate key on the large locked door. I am correct, but it's not working for some reason. Like, I must be just like a pixel off of the spot I need to be standing, or I missed a flag, or something along those lines is wrong. Because we absolutely have done the correct thing. So I am super confused right now. This door's locked. We get the prompt that this door is locked. This object cannot be used here. If I go over to the other door, the one that's next to the spiral staircase, which is this one, and I find the specific spot where it says the door is locked.
Aline?
Okay, Aline doesn't have anything to say about it. Yeah, I literally was just in the wrong spot. Even though I stood exactly where it said the door is locked when I pressed it the first time, I needed to be facing the exact right interact spot. Well, that was a waste of like 20 minutes of our lives. Door, please. Why is the interact for that door so off? That's really bad. Well, that was an embarrassing start to this endeavor, but you know.
Carnby?
I'm in the library. It's awesome.
Don't touch anything. It probably contains treasures.
Do you really think I don't know the difference between a pulp novel and an Elsevier edition?
An Elsevier? I'd never have guessed that such a term were part of your vocabulary.
Oh yeah? Well, don't worry. I'm just full of surprises. Over.
Now, can I unlock this door? Nope. Okay. So I can't just make sure I have an easy pop in out option there. Go ahead and turn the light on for the time being. Need be, I'll turn it off later. Something shined up there already. That looks important. Let's not push any books yet. Because I remember the pattern that was mentioned. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to remember the actual significance of such things and figure out what connects to what before I make any moves. Because I know that this puzzle is going to be a pain. As for reference, in here in the library is where I stopped when I was playing this game originally. Because I was having a devil of a time in here, and I also was running into some weird glitches, and found out I was missing an item that I could not get back and had to restart the game. Richard Morton, back from an exploration in front of one of his ships. The history of the famous Boston Dynasty is a tale full of unexplained events, surprises, and troubles. Some will claim my only goal in telling it is to damage the reputation of one of the most legendary fortunes of Massachusetts. I would like to say in my defense that I'm simply doing my duty as a historian. My account is based on reliable sources and interviews with witnesses who, though they may be evasive, are no less worthy of our interest. If I echo certain rumors, it is in the belief that they too are constitutive of the Morton family history. Oil in Venezuela. Contract for the exploitation of natural resources in Puebla, Venezuela, signed by a representative of the Venezuelan government and by Richard Morton. The Morton family roots in America go back to the time of the great demographic changes during the decades following the founding of the United States. Although it is impossible to reconstruct the family history further back than the beginning of the 19th century, it appears that the family originated from a small town of Whitechapel in Sussex, England. It was Robert Morton, a linen merchant, who led his family to the American continent. In 1823, he built his first paper factory on the heights of Beacon Hill. The success of Morton Papers was dazzling. It was Richard Morton, though, his older brother, who founded the real Morton Empire by creating the Morton Oil Company on March 23rd, 1889, at the age of 37. The Iceman. The Morton family's history of secrecy started with the discovery of a man in the ice during one of his company's prospecting expeditions in Greenland between 1891 and 93. Richard Morton, the influential public figure, became increasingly reclusive, abandoning the powerful Boston society circles he frequented to launch himself into daring expeditions that led him back, time after time, to the site of his first macabre discovery. Serto in the background. To assist in his missions, which sometimes ended in human and financial disaster, he called upon Swedish and Norwegian sailors and mercenaries, among whom was a certain Judas Deserto. Deserto was a risk-taker, a warrior and a clairvoyant, interested in the arts of black magic. He was a suspicious character who seemed to have great influence over Richard Morton. Again, reminding everyone that the Deserto mansion and Deserto family were a part of an earlier Alone in the Dark. Remember that. The exact cause of this terrible accident was never uncovered. Against expectations, the family business was flourishing. The Morton Oil Company won over market after market in Venezuela, in Indonesia, and in the North Sea. Its competitors, meanwhile, were struck by a string of surprising misfortunes. Their key negotiators had accidents, their directors developed mental health problems. While I appreciate what you're trying to do there, I'm going to say no to that because, as I have stated numerous times, I do not accept ads being brought to my channel. That's going to just be this gone immediately. Bye. At least have the decency to talk first and then ask if you can throw your ad. Don't just drop a mile-long ad in someone's chat. Thank you. And their lawyers would cave in suddenly, agreeing to disadvantageous settlements. No public or private investigation managed to pin a criminal charge on the Morton group. The family's fortune was known to be huge, however, no one knew how huge. Gibson around 1900. Samuel Gibson entered into Richard Morton's service on June 20th, 1899. This brilliant student had a knack for deciphering ancient languages. It turned out that Morton had entrusted him with the translation of inscriptions on tablets found near the famous Iceman. Gibson's work had led Richard Morton to Shadow Island. Offshore view of Shadow Island. The fort that overlooks the island's bleak moors had been abandoned for a good 20 or so years. Soldiers stationed there had experienced hallucinations or suffered sudden bouts of sheer madness. Others simply disappeared without a trace. I should also mention a strange legend that claims the chapel situated near the fort had been the site of strange rituals during the 17th century during which human sacrifices might have taken place. The state of Massachusetts needed no convincing when Richard Morton offered to buy Shadow Island, which he did for a nominal sum. It seems that, to start with, Richard Morton wanted to make his fort his home. He spent his real fortune and superhuman effort on this task before abandoning the idea. He instead elected to build a strange manor on the south side of the island. His decision to buy Shadow Island and live there was because the engravings on the stone tablets were similar to those found in the island's deepest underground passageways. Letter from Gibson to his fiancée dated October 14th, 1902. I can't read a word of that, and I don't know if that's intentional or not. I could probably start to make guesses to piece it together, but I'm just not going to fight with that. As work on translation of the engravings advanced, relations between Morton and Gibson deteriorated. The student relished the romanticism of his work, whereas Morton seemed devoured by a destructive passion. What's more, Gibson's discovery seemed to terrify him. He confided his worries and fears in a long letter addressed to his young fiancée, who had stayed on the mainland. This was the last that was heard of him. Gibson's mother later received this terse message: "Your son has disappeared. His body has not been found. My condolences." Signed, Richard Morton. Search warrant for unknown girl. Would that be Gibson's fiancée? The peak of Richard Morton's disturbing activity coincided with a wave of disappearances among the young girls of Boston's poorer neighborhoods. This is the most disturbing episode of his life. It is my definite belief that, driven by the evil Deserto, the founder of the Morton dynasty was practicing black magic rituals involving the sacrifice of innocent souls. Without doubt, in the very chapel sacrifices had taken place 3 centuries earlier. To what end, I do not know. Though the first disappearances started in October-November 1903, they continued with the frightening regularity of 1 a month, increasing during periods of equinox until Richard Morton died on April 13th, 1905. On this date, the mysterious disappearances mysteriously stopped. Archibald Morton as a child. In 1874, Archibald Morton was born, the only child of Richard Morton and Susan Chalmers, the youngest daughter of Lord Chalmers. A ruined aristocrat and opium addict, while the Morton Oil Company's business prospered, Archibald devoted his youth to the study of the polar circles. Like his father, he mounted many expeditions. Like his father, he also developed a fascination for Shadow Island and its strange secrets. Young Polynesian men and women in the hold of a ship. It slowly emerged that large numbers of young men and women were uprooted from their distant homelands and taken to the island from as early as the end of 1905. Archibald was, in this matter, more discreet than his father. Evidence of this is found not only in the accounts of some sailors, but in the written confessions of a slave trader, Thomas Plunkett, in which Deserto's name is cited several times. It seems, however, that no trace of these unfortunate men or women have ever been found on this island. Archibald Morton and Jennifer Pritchett. Wait, Pritchett. Okay, not the same. In 1897, Archibald Morton married his first wife, Jennifer Pritchett, a pastor's daughter and a renowned organist. She was a devout Christian and wrote long letters to her father, recounting the disgust for her husband and her despair. The pastor, however, had disappeared the day after the marriage. The undelivered letters were kept in the postal archives, where I discovered them still sealed. Gee, I wonder, could this have been an arranged marriage by force, and then the father was killed so he didn't object? Archibald treated her with uncommon cruelty. She nevertheless gave birth to his son in 1899, Jeremy Morton, as a child. Jeremy was of a weak and delicate nature, but early in life he already showed signs of exceptional intelligence. He too was haunted by the secrets of Shadow Island, but his general approach was more scientific. Jeremy Morton was an inventor. The breadth and originality of his inventions, which he never even bothered to patent, is highly impressive. He attended congresses and addressed conferences. In 1922, he struck up a lasting friendship with one of the last descendants of the Apkanis tribe, Joseph Edenshaw. The Native Americans settled on Shadow Island in 1924. Invoice from the Nobel Company addressed to Jeremy Morton. Phosphorus, magnesium, and explosives. Aha. It appeared that Jeremy Morton collected a considerable arsenal of weaponry. In less than 3 years, he ordered over 200 pounds of explosives from the Nobel Company in Boston, along with large quantities of phosphorus and magnesium. Jeremy Morton and Joseph Edenshaw. The last 10 years of Jeremy Morton's life were the most secretive and mysterious. In his youth and middle age, the inventor genius hobnobbed with the cream of society. He spent his old age, however, as a recluse on the island. Some accounts of this period make the blood run cold. One example is the marriage of his son Howard, born in 1931, to Lucy Dogan, for which he staged a reception on the island. Relations and members from a distant branch of the family were present. The party was disrupted by drama when the horrifically mutated body of one of the guests was discovered in the park adjacent to the manor. Lucy's brother, Michael Dogan, claimed to have seen a terrifying lizard-like creature with tentacles armed with enormous fangs. That looks almost mutated rather than mutilated. Like, if you look in this upper section here toward the shoulder, where it just kind of extends up unnaturally, and it looks like they might have been drained. Because you'll notice that they're crushed in. There is no doubt in my mind that the members of the Morton family, Jeremy being no exception, undertook dangerous and frightful experiments on the corpses discovered by Richard and his successors. Experiments that interfere with nature's own course, resurrections from the dead, crossbreeding, and genetic manipulation. So, this is probably going to be useful. Howard Morton and Lucy Dogan, to Jeremy Morton and unknown, Archibald Morton and Jennifer Pritchett. We don't know when Archibald died. Richard Morton and Susan Chalmers. Okay. Hopefully I can keep this book, because I'm gonna probably need those dates for something. I wouldn't bother giving you a line like that if it wasn't needed for something. What do you mean you don't have time to read? You just had plenty of time to read that other nonsense. I guess he's just pulling things that look like they might be relevant and reading only the things that, at least by title, seem relevant. Makes sense. June 1949. I am a Morton. I realize that today. I have tried for so long to escape my destiny, but my willpower was probably not strong enough. My fascination for the world of darkness has vanquished me, but I choose to resist cooperation. A choice my father never had because of that demon Deserto, for I understood, early on, that only light can vanquish darkness. The magnesium bullets that were made in Italy have a remarkable effect on the smaller creatures, but they have proved inadequate to deal with the stronger monsters dwelling deep in the entrails of the night. The work of the French scientist de Broglie has greatly inspired my research. Properties of light he discovered and its undulating nature are remarkable. It is thus possible to concentrate and amplify it, to rupture its movement in phase, and thus transform it into a terrible destructive energy. The information I possess about the molecular structure of the shadows of the night is fragmentary, but my study of them has produced conclusive results that their capacities for absorption of light energy are limited. Photoelectric energy at its certain high levels destabilizes its chemical structure. The molecules break down and the entire macro system implodes. If I could build a weapon able to concentrate light energy by factors up to 100 or even 1,000, then if I had the technology, there weren't limits. God. If someone could help me when Edenshaw defeated Deserto, that malevolent being who led our family down the path to dishonor, I knew that my Indian friend had been sent to me by the gods. As a child, I saw him complete the incantation at the Circle of Stones and was facing in the direction of the conjunction. Deserto, who knew their power, employed his magical powers to dissimulate some of the statues from the eyes of man. Okay, so Deserto hid some of the statues with magic. Got it. January 13th, 1953. This date will remain engraved on my memory forever. My grandchildren were born today. God alone knows what they will make of their lives. Howard wants to get them away from Shadow Island. I understand his reasons, but I fear that destiny will prove stronger than a poor father's desire. I'm going to assume that this is stuff Jeremy Morton is writing, since he's the inventor. But this might also be one of the younger Mortons. Actually, no. Because Howard is the father of Obed and Alan Morton, I think. I'm starting to lose track of these Mortons because there's too many of them. My research advances in leaps and bounds. Time is of the essence. I feel things stirring down below like they know that a date with destiny is nigh. Their forays into our world of light are becoming increasingly frequent. With every new day, my study of the creatures of darkness greets me with new surprises. It seems they all possess the same genetic heritage. The expression, however, is unsuitable. The entities are more closely related to minerals than organic life, but I find none better. It's as though they have all been cloned from the same root matter. December 5th, 1969. I have finally managed to strengthen the resonance power of the crystals. Now only matter stands in my way. I tested the first version of the photoelectric pulsar and it literally fell to pieces in my hands. I fear I must brace myself for long months of adjustment and careful tuning. Alan continues to show remarkable intuition. His mind seems to be perfectly in tune with the creatures of night. He even claims that they obey his commands. However, I am unhappy with the direction his research is taking. Okay, so if Alan is already alive, this might be Obed. This could either be Jeremy or Obed. Considering Jeremy did not confide any of his secrets to Alan, and Alan was unhappy with that, this still could be Jeremy writing this. Yeah, no, this is likely the older man. May 31st, 1973. My strength is abandoning me. Sharp pains shoot through my body like arrows. I have still so much left to do. I now know that Alan belongs to another world entirely. For the first time ever, he told me about his real plans. He wants to fuse light and dark, to restore their original unity, to reunify them, so defying their separation. I think he's been waiting for the moment when I am too weak and too old to oppose him. God alone knows what he might do. For the first time in my life, last night, I prayed. Yep, that is almost certainly written by Jeremy Morton, then. In his brilliance. This, I think, is the one we read already. Yes. The camera angle shifts are kind of fucking with my head a little bit. So while I understand that these are necessary angles for some things, they really make it hard to tell where you're actually facing sometimes, and where something is actually in relation to other things. I used to be able to parse this kind of angling a lot better, but that was back when I was more used to dealing with these kind of camera angles all the time. Also, hindsight 2020, I should have realized there's a J on the damn journal. I did look at it. For reference, I did look at the letter on there. I just immediately forgot it. Because short-term memory is kind of shite. There we go. There's where the stairs are. Book here, too, though. Is this the book I looked at already? This is the 4th book. Okay. The other 2 being up top. So at least they're labeled with what number they are. Box of rockets. Neat. Hitting the wrong button. You would think I would have found something. Oh, wait. I did find something. What is this? I have no idea what this is. Presumably I'm going to need to, like, put a date in there or something. And that's going to move things. Let's not fuck with that till I have more information. Oh, yeah, I remember you things. I remember you things being awful to deal with. Because you knock out the goddamn lights. And just fly around being a pain. I think that was the other reason I ended up having to stop, is because I could not deal with it when it spawned because I had no ammo. Because I hadn't found the shotgun. And so I had meant to restart the game and then just never restarted the game. And ever since then till now. I spy with my little eye something that is suspicious. This bookshelf will open at some point. Okay, that's book 2. Now wait a damn minute, though. If books 1 and 2 are up here, that doesn't make sense. Is the diagram we saw... Oh, the notebook does exist, it's just weird. So this tells us what events we've actually triggered. I was kind of hoping it would actually, you know, have like a picture of the thing in there. I know one of these has what I'm looking for. This is the photo for the boat puzzle. Might be Obed Morton's notes that has... Nope. Because one of these has the diagram I'm thinking about with the library. And if I could just look at the diagram again, it would make things easier. Yeah, that's the one we just looked through. I don't think it'll be the book on the Abcanis in, but it might be. Watch, this is something we don't actually have in any of the books we actually brought with us. It's not looking like I have that information with me, which is upsetting. I don't think it'd be in the will, but I can look. Oh, no, it is in the will. Yeah, see, it's supposed to be a book up there, then a book down there, then a book over there, then a book up there. What does the text say before that part? The first is placed the highest, the second is opposite. Light, darkness, darkness, light. So is it a dark book, then a light book, then a dark book, then a light book? See, that looks light. Oh, I understand, actually. It's based on which side of the hourglass symbol it's on. So the first book has to be one of the ones that's in the pink part, and then the other two both have to be on the bottom first, and then the last one's up top again. Now, where's the other book is the question. There it is. So it becomes a matter of a 50-50 between these two books up here. I'm gonna go ahead and hit this one. Okay, that one locked in, so I'm assuming that's correct. I'm gonna now go downstairs, go to the one opposite this spot. Which is gonna take a bit of doing, all things considered. But I think the books are also marked with their position based on the hourglass symbol that's on there. So I hit upper left, I need to hit bottom right. Then I'll hit bottom left, and we should be good. That was incorrect. Okay, we'll do the other one then. Because that's the only other thing I can think of is it's literally just the other way around. Because it said that one was at the top and then two was across from it diagonally. So that only leaves two potential permutations for that. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding how this works. And it may also be that it's actual location in the room, not location on the symbol that it's looking for. Ah! See, now it lights up the correct one rather than all being red. So yeah, I did push the wrong one first. That was indicating to me that that was the fourth one. Also, really don't know what happened to that flyer. It just kind of fucked off, and I'm not upset about that. Not in the slightest. I am slightly confused, but I'm not upset about it, because that means I don't have to fight it right now. Okay, so I need to find the one in the bottom left. Because I did top right this time. And then once I press that one in, I come press this one in. And we'll be golden. See, this puzzle's not bad. I'm betting there's a worse puzzle in here, considering what I was told about this. It even lights up what you need, so no. You don't even need the puzzle solution for this. This just looks bad because of how big the room is. There we go. Now we just go back up top and push the other book in, and that puzzle's done. Then we just gotta figure out what the hell the number it's looking for is. Oh! Flyer's doing a thing. Now, you were just in here. Why are you breaking the ceiling? What are you doing? Why you gotta break shit? Huh? What's your problem? Come at me, bro. I got a shotgun. How do you like me now? Ow, 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 ow. Done? Nope, it's not done. It looks like the shotgun hits it hard enough that it stops it from attacking. As long as you're reasonably quick. I just don't know how much of my ammo it's burning to deal with this. I could use the rockets, and I might actually want to do that in hindsight. Before I burn through all of my shells killing this thing. Hey, Ugly, I got a surprise for you. That doesn't seem to be working at all. Grenade launcher? Okay, yeah, he didn't like that. Seems to have slight targeting issues by comparison to the shotgun, though the shotgun kept aiming wrong every other shot, too. I don't know. I might want to just manual aim this. Oh, out of grenades. I'm gonna go back to the shotgun so I don't use up all of my rockets on this guy. Because I have a medkit or two, so taking a little bit of damage here is not the end of the world. Am I out of shells? I am out of shells. That's inconvenient. Switch to the pistol, heal myself before anything bad happens to me. I suppose the important question is, can I even kill this thing? At the rate my ammo's going, I'm not feeling this being possible. There we go. It's dead. Of course, as soon as I'm starting to question whether it's physically possible to kill it, it dies. Well, we have a problem, in that we have, like, no ammo for anything left. So that's a bit of an issue. But, at least the scary monster that was flying around screeching at me is dead. So, there's that. I feel like killing that might have been a huge waste of ammunition. And I'm also now very worried that we might not find any more. And if that happens, I'm going to have to reload back to before I did that in order to then have ammunition for the latter parts of the game, which is going to be upsetting. Oh, right, we pushed that one in already. Game, please let me let go of that book, please. Thank you. The book back over here we need to touch. There we go. That solved another puzzle. Okay. So that wasn't the primary puzzle, I guess. Like, that gets us another key, presumably, but that's not the only puzzle in here. Okay. Now, my big fear with this panel here... Oh, the panel's not here, it's somewhere else. Point being, my fear with the panel that we were looking at, which is down below my current position, is the fact that we don't have any information explaining what it's pertaining to. It's a 4-digit number, so it's likely to be a date. But a date pertaining to what? Ends up being the question. Because it's got numbers through 1 through 9. So there's no limiting factors there we can use. Also, give me one moment, I forgot to do something. I forgot to do a couple things, really. One in particular is the important one. Okay. Because, you know, I'm a great streamer who consistently forgets to advertise that he's doing a thing. Been doing this a year and I'm still just as bad about that as I was when I started. Some things are just never learned. Now, where do I think I'll get any answers as to the number that's required for this? Like, my instinct tells me that it's relating to the Morton family tree, as most things are. The other answer is it's this 4-digit number here. 2518. I'm gonna try this number first. Before we go hunting through the Morton family line. Okay, that is incorrect. Maybe that's the wrong half of the... You know, it's a half a picture. I'm not sure, I bet that's only half a number. Probably a problem. Let's make sure there's nothing else in here. Because maybe I missed the information about this puzzle. Is that there's every chance that we found the answer to this puzzle somewhere else, but there's an equal chance that there's the answer to the puzzle in here somewhere. But the thing is, the books we found in here have a lot of dates in them. And there's the freaky statue. The freaky statue doesn't seem to have anything. Can I turn the light back on? Neat. Probably doesn't help anything, but you know. It's a light. May as well turn it on. Is the only other thing I can think of? in terms of a puzzle answer for this is... I think it's in this one. It's gonna take a minute because there's a lot of pages to rifle through here, so just give me a second. I may have been able to go the other way around and go straight to the end. Hindsight being 20/20 and all that. What it might be is it might be one of the missing numbers in here? But I don't know if it was ever mentioned when, like, say, Archibald Morton died. Because it was mentioned when Richard died. We can potentially figure out when Jeremy Morton died. But I don't think that's the answer since there's too much missing information. Damn it, game. The other answer... The only books we pulled from in here was this diary here and the biography. So if one of them pertained to the answer, I don't know what part of either of those I'm supposed to be drawing from. Because there's a lot of numbers. So I feel like we missed something. Or I missed something. There's no we to this since nobody else had any input on this currently. At least not in this phase. So the only real problem we have is we just don't know where to start with that puzzle. And I don't feel inclined to try to brute force a 4-digit number right now. Is all trying to brute force a 4-digit number is going to do is lead to me sitting there going 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, and it's just going to turn into a whole fucking thing. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go upstairs and go up that ladder and see if that ladder leads to the answer. Because maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the piece we're missing, is we need to go up the ladder first. I was just trying to solve the puzzle before we left the room so I don't forget the puzzle's there. But it might be I'm being premature we're trying to solve that. We're gonna just go ahead and go all the way up, go up the ladder, and see what happens. I'm not sure why I have control in the climb. I wonder if I would have had to fight the flyer out here if I hadn't triggered it to come in. It probably would have sucked to fight it out here. But it might have actually been easier at the same time, because there wouldn't have been a railing to fuck with Miss Carnby's aim. Huh. Well, that's a problem. I don't have any ammo to fight you. Goodbye, Mr. Dog. Yeah, look at you spinning. Okay. There's likely to be information up here. Charm of saving. Okay. Looks like we need to mount a telescope there. Is that really all this room's for? Is for mounting a telescope I don't have? Oh, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. I'm gonna go ahead and use one of my charms of saving then. But I'm gonna save in a different spot. Just in case the worst happens, I want a backup on this situation, pretty much. This way, if I die trying to get past the dog, or if I, like, just die in general because of a lack of ammo, we then might be able to retry that fight and do it better. Thankfully, the dog AI is apparently pretty stupid. He's just having a grand time. His friend, however, is a bit smarter. That's a problem. I can't get past this one. Come on, let me through. Let me through. You can chew on me all you want. Just let me through. Yeah, no, he's got this perfectly blocked. I'm gonna have to blast him with a rocket to get past. Oh, that is such a waste. But I don't have a choice. And that's exactly the situation I was afraid of. Which is why I made sure to, you know, make sure I have a save. Who knows, maybe the dogs will spawn in different spots this time and it will work out better for me. Also, wow, my Twitch notifications are going ape right now. Everybody going live. We're just gonna have to blast them. That is such a waste. But, it is what it is. It solved the problem. We're gonna put that away before I waste any other rockets. Now, the other side of the coin is I could have saved before going across there, and then I could have loaded back to this side, and then not having had to use any of my resources. And that probably would have been smarter. But, as always, hindsight is far more intelligent than anything we could currently use. Okay, I was just verifying that we were missing something, and yes, we are. I don't know where we're missing it, because I purposely did not read that part. But I now know we need to be somewhere else, because the thing we're missing is not in the library. That's unfortunate. So I would not be surprised at all if I'm gonna have to load back to before we went in the library, do the whole library sequence again in order to get out of the current situation we're in. Because right now we have a problem, and it's a pretty big problem. And that problem is we have no ammo. So I either need to get good at monster dodging, or we need to figure out a way to not waste as much ammo fighting the flyer. Which I think I wasted a bunch of ammo missing shots against him. We do have this over here that we opened now. Either this has what we need, or it will have a way to access what we need. Ooh. Plasma cannon, you say? Okay. Okay, I'm into it. It has a charge limit. Okay. That means I probably shouldn't use it unless I have to. Which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, this helps indicate whose office that was. Welcome, Xeno. Welcome to me being out of ammo and kind of having problems. How goes the arts? Yeah, all you've missed is I opened up the library, had to fight a flying monster, spent almost all my ammo killing said flying monster, solved one puzzle, and that's the entire hour that we've been going so far. We now have another key. Where do I think this key goes? I think there was a locked door on this floor, and I would assume that's the key to his either bedroom or office or something. This one's sealed, so that's not the one. Is there one on this floor I haven't opened? Yes. All the way down there. Oh, don't do this shit again. I'm checking multiple angles because the library door was being incredibly funky about actually using the key. Okay, no, that isn't. And I have no information about what this key is for. Great. Apparently, I'm barking up the wrong tree and it is not that door. Okay. So where would this key go? Where could it be? Because there was no locked doors in the library left, unless it's another key for the library, because there was the other locked door in the library. That does look good, by the way, Xeno. Hmm. Brain. We know it's not that door. There's possibly the other library door, but I doubt that that's the case. We now know about the existence of the manor rooftops. Actually, I have a stupid answer. I have a stupid answer for what this key is for, and I'm gonna be kind of annoyed if it's that. Which makes it very likely that it is that. Not this one. This is sealed. I'm trying to find my way back down. Won't there be zombies here, though? This is the wrong way to go. No, I'm going that way anyway. I don't hear the telltale groaning. No zombies? Let's try the other library door then, since there's no zombies in my way at the moment. That'll solve that immediately. Cannot be used here. Are you fucking with me? Not looking like it. Okay. So let's... And I say it's a stupid answer for a reason that'll make sense in a second. Specifically, I think it might be to this stupid mirror that we came in from that was since locked. So apparently now that we moved the statue there, we can't access it anyway. So that's not the answer. Okay, so that's good news. Also, I've made another adjustment to audio, so do let me know if I'm, like, way too quiet, or the game's too quiet, or anything. I do need answers on that. I figured you would've, but sometimes it helps to mention that I'm actively looking for feedback on that. To encourage people to answer those questions. Good. As you know, I'm constantly trying to tune that so it's at its best.
Hello there.
The zombies hit each other. Maybe it's this door. Nope. Fuck me. Get off of me. Okay, you know what? Oh, come on now. Enough of that. I don't want to have to keep wasting these rockets, but I can't waste the health either. I'm just making sure that the game's not fucking with me about the door. No, it's not that door either. Okay. I don't know what this key's for. I saw a glint for a second. I'm gonna guess it was through the floor or something weird. I don't know. I've gotta be missing something. We can assume that it's not for that door, since we tried in multiple spots to open that door and it didn't work. This one's sealed up. That's the door we came in from. We've been in here? I think we've been in here. Yeah, that's this room. And this door's sealed. Just making absolutely damn sure that there's nothing I can touch in here. No, nothing appears to have changed in here. That's the assumption I'm working on at this point, is that something probably changed. And we're expected to figure that out or know that. That said, we've been in every room up here again. None of them amounted to anything. So I'm slightly confused. And by slightly, I mean very. I feel like this has to be the key to that door, because we don't have any other doors. And I've not encountered anything else that's locked. So is it just acting weird again? Like the library door did. Because I'm pretty sure that it was Richard Morton we got the key from. And that's a bust of Richard Morton. So it stands to reason that this would be Richard Morton's key, which would then go to his door, which I assume is this door. But this key apparently can't be used here. So I'm kinda confused.
Aline?
Like, is it bugging? Is it being weird? I don't know. I'm genuinely confused. Okay, the key I got is not currently relevant. I just needed to check that, or otherwise I'm gonna drive myself crazy. We've done something slightly out of order. As I tend to. So this key does not matter at the moment. I'm still left with the question of how I get into that room, though. Because I also have a piece of information telling me that the thing I need is in that room. So how do I get in there? What did I miss? That's the constant problem I've been having with this, is I'm in the right place, doing the right thing, but I missed insert random object here, and it's not working out because of it. Like, we haven't activated this one yet. We've activated all of the rest of these portraits except this one. Where does the locking mechanism for this one trigger? Like, I would assume it's relating to the puzzle I can't currently do. One of these mentions who started working with Eden Shaw, and that'll tell me who that painting is. Because Gibson worked with Richard. Okay, it was Jeremy Morton that worked most with Edenshaw. So it would be Jeremy Morton who is in that portrait. And since most of the information we got about Jeremy Morton was in the library, presumably the library is the key to opening Jeremy Morton's portrait. But the kicker to that is the library opened this portrait, which I'm currently assuming is Richard Morton. This, I think, is Archibald, who's the primary explorer of the Mortons, which would then make this Jeremy. And then this is Howard Morton, which we proved out with the bust down there. So there's still a piece we're missing one way or the other. I'm currently stuck standing here with what I assume is half a puzzle solution, because we've only got half a photograph. The other half of the photograph, I presume, has another number on it. I just don't know how to bring these pieces together to solve this puzzle. Just bear with me as I figure out where the key for this door is. Yeah, everything keeps talking about getting into that room, but I'm not seeing how they get into that room. Or are they just skipping that part? Is everything saying the answer to the puzzle, but they're not telling me how they get the answer? And I want to get the answer to the puzzle rather than just solving the puzzle. And it's kind of annoying. It's like the key to this puzzle is pretty obvious. I need both halves of this picture to then have the answer. The problem is, I can't get the other half of this damn picture. There's that steel key being mentioned again. The steel key that I don't have. So I know how to get into that door now. The problem is, I for some reason don't have the key that's being mentioned, and I don't know where that key is. Where the fuck is this key? Ah. Okay. So it is in the room that the wolf mask is in. The problem is, every guide was giving me an oversimplification of where the key was. It's attached to something else in that room, but everything kept saying it's attached to the wolf mask. Now, I can put two and two together and understand what they mean by that. The problem is, you didn't get a good indication as to that there was something you were supposed to do with that at all. I'll show you guys what I'm pretty sure is being alluded to as soon as we get to the room. And I'm kind of mad about this, but it's also kind of funny that this is proven to be basically irrelevant other than for this one specific puzzle. You see this thing? Notice how it literally just says it's a statue of an owl? There's nothing else about it. Now, the only thing I can think of to do with a mask like this is put it on the thing that's shaped the same as it. Now, I don't entirely understand why this works. I don't have any frame of reference for why this is the case or why this works, aside from matching shape to shape. I got thrown off the scent of that by the fact that every goddamn guide said get wolf mask, get key. So the assumption became that the key was like stuck to the back of the wolf mask or something like that. This is why you shouldn't only partially use guides. You should either use them completely or don't use them at all. That's the mistake I'm making. Don't be like me and only half-ass that. Like, I should have just not looked at guides at all, so that's on me. But the kicker to that is guide writers also should actually, be clear in what the hell they're saying instead of skipping pieces. Like, I get that they're providing a free service, but, doing harm is worse than doing nothing sometimes. But basically, in the end, I had all the correct answers, I just was missing a piece. We now have that piece, and we're good to go. But how you doing, Magus? Now that you've heard me rant about people writing things in ways that don't make any sense. Oh, great! More monsters, while I still have no ammo. Aside from for things I really don't want to be wasting the ammo for. Wow, this thing's kind of terrible, isn't it? Well, it's dead at least. Oh, that didn't actually take that much juice out of it, so I guess it's not that bad. It's not great. That presumably is the other key for the library. Considering it's the same ornate key model as the other one. And if I seem slightly on tilt, it's because at the very beginning of this, I tried the correct key on the correct door good like 8 times, and it didn't work. And then the 9th time it worked. So I'm just already a little agitated from that. Richard Morton, you don't know me, and as long as you don't know me, your path will be strewn with pitfalls and perils. My name is Judas Deserto. Even if you may not know me, I know all about you. I know about your sleepless nights, the evenings you spend huddled cold and alone. I know about your fear of the day, and about the terrible loneliness you feel faced with the unknown, face to face with something words can't describe. In the course of a life that has been too long, I have encountered the creatures of the night. I can help you overcome them. I can help you overcome them, master them, and make them your slaves, your servants. You will find supreme power, the power of the absolute that knows no bounds, for all eternity. You will find that wielding it brings intense pleasure. My name is Judas Deserto, and already you are getting to know me better. In exchange for the power that already I feel surging through your veins, I ask of you one small favor. A small request with which you will not fail to comply once the time is ripe. All I require is that you send me the small promissory note enclosed, signed with your blood. My name is Judas Deserto, and now you know who I am. Yeah, I'm noticing people are really liking going after me with that, and at the same time, it amuses me, so it's fine that people want to keep using that. Edenshaw and I... Edenshaw was like a real father for us. He was Grandpa Jeremy's best and only friend. I always felt there was a strong bond between us, like we shared a secret or the responsibility for a terrible mistake. I remember when we were kids, we would always get Alan and me mixed up. Grandpa Jeremy in the Fort Laboratory. Jeremy would spend days and nights on end in this workshop. It was here, too, that I started my own scientific career. Edenshaw had his bedroom just next door, as if my grandfather couldn't go without having him around. Picture taken during our visit to the Anthropology Museum in Boston. My grandfather organized a visit for my 15th birthday. That visit determined my choice of profession. I remember how surprised I was at just how much Edenshaw knew. In Grandpa Jeremy's workshop. I mean, since Edenshaw lived it, he kind of would know a lot, wouldn't he? My grandfather's workshop was like Alibaba's cave, but I always sensed that behind his carefree appearance, the research he carried out had far-reaching consequences. Edenshaw in the Garden of the Estate. Edenshaw said little about his Native American origins, which gave him a certain mystery and a certain aura. I am still convinced that he knows much more than he lets on. July 13th, 1991. Alan has done something terrible. Howard, our father, we're going straight to hell. Yeah, he's talking about how Alan had killed their father, and then turned him into some kind of monster. We established that in a different piece of information earlier. this is the thing from Certo. Now, here's where the obvious part of the puzzle comes from. We examine this. Gee, I wonder what the number for the thing in the library could be. Could it be you put these two numbers together? Oh my god. Like, that one was pretty obvious from the word go. Oh, I hear monsters. That's not great. I really don't have the ammo to be dealing with you guys. Could you just fuck off? Come over here. Come over here so I can go around you. Thank you. Goodbye. Just gonna take the stairs. We don't have the ammo to be wasting on those guys at this point. Because that stupid bird thing took so much of a beating. Game, please. So I'm now kind of mad at past me for having so much trouble with this library. Because the library puzzles are very easy. You just need the information. Which is what I keep saying about survival horror puzzles in general. They're always only complicated until you actually have the information the game is supposed to provide you for the puzzle. Now, let me actually look at the number and remember what the number is. So it is 39... Wait, now there's gonna be 3926, I think? Since there's two 8s at the back there. It really feels like that sometimes. Ta-da! And there's the telescope, which I figured was going to be in here, considering. Gee, I wonder, what do I use here? Could it possibly be the acrobat statue we got all this time ago that looks exactly like these? Okay, we've got a bison statue. And we need another number. Really? You think that's clever, huh, game? You think writing that backwards is so clever? The key to the portraits is the dates those they represent were born on. Anything else in here? Doesn't look like it. So the question becomes, what date does this connect to? There's just no other information in here. We know when most of the Mortons are born, because most of the birth dates are mentioned in the book. So in theory, if we need to, we could trial and error this. It is unfortunate that it's at the back of the book, and I can't cycle around front to back. I have to go all the way to the back. Considering everything else is about Jeremy Morton in here, I would be inclined to say it's probably based on Jeremy Morton's birth date. That seems likely. But that's probably incorrect, if I had to hazard a guess. Because it's got a repeating number, and you can't do a repeating number in here. So that's incorrect. That can't be right. This is when Hindsight Brain would have screenshotted that screen rather than closing the book. So the other question becomes, am I even on the right track? Am I barking up the wrong tree entirely here? And there's a possibility I'm barking up the wrong tree, considering why would they reuse a puzzle solution? Because already the puzzle solution, as far as the birth dates go, would be used for the portraits. So that might be a different number. Actually, most of this stuff in here is Abkhanis Indian stuff. So maybe this relates to Edenshaw, which means it might be when Edenshaw joined Jeremy. That's a line of logic that makes sense. It's either that, or this is a bunch of stuff Obed collected while he was studying the Abkhanis. Also, apparently I know I found some shotgun shells. I did not realize I found 72 of them somewhere, somehow. So our ammo problems are solved. Let's examine this statue just in case there's something useful on here. Oh? Wait. No. I'm overthinking this. Because there's one simple piece of information we received from that room. Specifically, we received an item, the telescope. And we found a room where the telescope is to be used. So how much you want to bet the information we need for that puzzle is connected to the telescope, which thus means when we use the telescope over here, past the spinning dog, we will solve the puzzle. Also, he's just gonna stay there. He's just having a great time, so I'm just gonna let him keep spinning. Because we discovered earlier that we can see a fort from here. So, using the telescope, let's take a look at the fort. There's gotta be something over here, I would assume. Some piece of information. Aha! It's either 1697 or 1691. Can I zoom in more? Yes, I can. Ah! It's neither of those two. It's 1692. But that is almost certainly the number for our puzzle. Oop. Weird shit be happening again. Angry man. Someone was staring at an angry man.
Carnby,
Yeah, it's me. So, found anything out?
I hope you had good news.
Yeah, well, no. I spotted a man in the fort that overlooks the island. It might be Obed Morton.
So?
So what? No, I didn't blast him like a sitting duck, even if that's just what he deserves. This entire mess never would have happened if he and all his bent family hadn't been warped by ambition.
Obed Morton has made great progress in his field. Increasing our knowledge of mankind, he's a genius with a passion for his work.
Besides, who is Obed Morton to you? I can't talk about him without you immediately getting all worked up.
I have good reason to believe that that Obed Morton is my father.
If that's a
Dun, dun,
joke, it's not
dun.
funny.
The date coincides, and I was shown a picture.
So that's why you agreed to come to the island.
And also for the Abcanis writing tablets.
Abcanis writing tablets, my foot. Why didn't you write to him, for crying out loud? Why rush straight over here?
I want to hear it from his own mouth.
Actually, I understand.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
should tell you to stay put, but be careful, Aline, and call me if you have a problem.
Carnby, I have a problem.
She has a lot of problems, Carnby. Saying call you if there's a problem is a little too late at this point. This entire situation is just a ball of problems. So unless you're gonna somehow put on your damn knight in shining armor suit and go running over there, I don't really think saying that's gonna mean anything. And if you have an armor suit like that, where the fuck has it been this entire time, and why can't we use it? Either way, 1692 is more than likely the puzzle solution for this. Ta-da! Once again, you just have to use the information you're given. Because you'll also note he's holding a telescope, Edenshaw is in the picture, it all ties together. That said, I no longer think that the portrait of the man with the telescope is Jeremy Morton. I'm back on the track of thinking that's actually Obed. And the reason I say that is because Edenshaw in that picture looks a lot older than I think he would have been when he first joined Jeremy Morton. Like, the age matchup on that makes it seem a lot more like it would be the younger Morton. Use the incredibly redundant key to open the door on the other side of a door. Yes, yes. Rah, 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 rah. Okay. So, we now have all of the tools at our disposal in theory here. Aside from, you know, more ammo. Yes, we'll activate the portrait. Oh! Ah, each of these are opening now. And this is the thing that the Reverso message was talking about, where you need to put all the birthdays, probably. Which is why we needed to figure out who each of these people were. Okay. This one's the only... Why are the lights off? The lights were on a moment ago. Who's fucking with my light switch? Okay. So, referring once again back to our list of who's, what's, where's in terms of birth dates. Also, third reason why I'm an idiot about this. I have paper and a pencil right here. Why did I not just write the damn names and birth dates down in the first place? Wait. Oh. So that That has to be Jeremy Morton then. Because these are the only four we're given, and we know the other three are correct. So that has to be a portrait of Jeremy Morton. I keep logic looping myself. AM 1899 HM 9 AM 184 RM 1852. Okay. And they are in order. So Howard Morton would be the last one, and Richard Morton is the first one. This is 1852. Ta-da! There we go. After we deal with this puzzle, we'll go ahead and head over to the fort. Because presumably we'll be allowed out of here to go there once this is done.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed.
There was a lot of blasting involved earlier. You missed me fighting the annoying flying thing that consumed 90% of my ammo. We have already finished the library, and we are currently putting in the birth dates of the various Mortons. Yeah. That thing was very easy to kill, it just took an unhealthy amount of ammunition to kill it. Our only death in this entire game so far was me blundering into a zombie after we ran into the ammo issue, and I tried to get past it, failed, and died. Nah, this was easy. It's all in the biography, and I wrote it all down right here. So, done and done. Because we had already established who each of these people were based on the rooms the puzzles activated their portraits in. Not to mention we had the key clue that this was Howard Morton over here on the our right. And this, I presume, is the key to getting back out of the manor so we can go use the plate we got to open the combination lock. I'm gonna assume one of these two will open the door. Yes. Alright. This game has frustrated me, but it is still good. It's just a matter of sometimes some of the information is just that little bit misleading that makes it more complicated than it needs to be. And part of that's my own fault. I acknowledge that part of the issue with this game has been my own way of looking at things. I don't know why I died to that. It did not hit me the second time, but we may have a bit of backtracking to do now because I died inexplicably to that.
In the dark.
Yep, we're gonna have a bit of backtracking to do. Well, of course, I didn't save because we have limited amount of saves. But I also did not expect to magically die to something that didn't actually touch me. I think it's fair to not have expected to die to that. But we also know the answers to everything. So this is gonna take like 5 minutes to fix. And if I really wanted to, I could just skip everything. And honestly, I think I'm going to skip some of it, just for frustration's sake. Except I don't remember the other half of that number. So we'll go ahead and go get it. And that's also where the shotgun shells are anyway. So we kind of want that. In theory, what I really should do is go all the way back to when I started today's session. So we have all our ammo back. Fight the boss better, so we don't waste all our ammo. And all our health kits. But I think we can still make this work from this position. So we can just go forward as is. But all in all, the library puzzles were really easy. They were not a problem at all. The only issue was finding the other half of the picture, because I somehow missed one puzzle along the way through the game. All because, at face value, it didn't look like a puzzle. It just looked like a random thing. Because the only reason I would think this is a puzzle solution, aside from what I mentioned before about shape to shape, is just the fact that this is interactable at all. They wouldn't have bothered to make it interactable if it didn't have a purpose. But this is where that steel key that was such an issue the whole time was. And that then opens up the other second floor room and all that. And once I've recollected everything and gotten us back squared away, I will then save again. And that'll put us on the right track. On the bright side, if I wanted to make myself look good, I could always just cut this entire first section when I go to put the VOD up. And be like, yeah, see, I know what I'm doing. But nah, that is not only disingenuous, but where's the fun in that? Did I grab this already? Nope, I didn't grab this yet. Let's grab this. Get us a nice little plasma cannon. Oh, and you missed the library door being a problem because I had to try a good, like, 10 times to open the door for some reason. Because it was just being super buggy. Just not wasting my time on him this time, because we took a bunch of damage from him because he didn't die to the plasma cannon, like, at all. Am I gonna regret wasting those 2 rockets? Probably. Does it really matter at the rate things are going? Not really. That's where the 2 boxes of phosphorus cartridges were. Which I guess the 2 boxes are why we have 72 shotgun shells? I guess they're boxes of 36? That. I'm trying to make sure I have everything I had last time, just so we're in the same position. But that's the funny thing with things like this. There's so much reach around your ass to get to your elbow with these things, in some cases, that once you know the solutions and know the pathing, you can literally complete it in like 5 minutes. And it's all just such a waste of time. That's a lot of zombies. Over here, Mr. Zombie. Come here. Come on. Come on. That's a good zombie. Bye, stupid. And I end up the stupid one because the controls are still not great. Because I pressed to the right as I came around that bend, by the way, and Carnby disregarded my direction right and just went straight forward instead. Because relying on the D-pad for movement like this is, inconsistent. And of course, there's zombies waiting right at the door here. Carnby, for some reason, was facing that way. Thank you, Carnby, for once again wasting more of our health. I have no medkits, so I cannot fix that problem. Let us combine these portraits. There we go. And let's go solve the puzzle yet again. And just in case there's a flag issue, I'm gonna go ahead and do the telescope thing again, even though we know the number for that. Because that number's easy to remember. Just gonna double check this to make sure I don't fuck up my numbers. It's 3926. I had most of the number right in my head, but I did not trust myself. Because boy would I have looked stupid putting the wrong number in here after we already did this once. Put the statue in. And another thing with the whole wolf statue thing, I know I've talked about it a bunch, but there was also the very real possibility that it was for something very far in the future. Is bear in mind how long it took for us to actually use that acrobat statue that we picked up at the beginning of the game, basically, as soon as we entered the manor. Something that's bugging me, though, a little bit. There's scuff marks by this bookshelf over here as well, but we have no means of opening that bookshelf. Just an odd thing. Just a little something to keep in mind. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that might be relevant later. I'm saying that part so I remember, and part so if I do forget, one of you will remember and hopefully remind me. When I go, hey, didn't we see something weird in the library? And I forgot. Saw a bunch of weird letters when I zoomed in that time as the lightning flashed. Not sure if that was a bug or a feature. Could be either with this game. Tadia, 1692. Angry man stuck in a building. Oh, gotta be in our
Carnby,
decided talking
Yeah,
spot.
it's me.
Can't be anywhere else, even though it's a radio.
I hope you had good news.
Yeah, well, no. I spotted a man in the fort that overlooks the island. It might be Obed Morton.
So?
So what? No, I didn't blast him like a sitting duck, even if that's just what he deserves. This entire mess never would have happened if he and all his bent family hadn't been warped by ambition.
Obed Morton has made great progress in his field. Increasing our knowledge of mankind, he's a genius with a passion for his work.
Besides, who is Obed Morton to you?
I am
can't
glad that I
talk
wrote
without
down
you
all those
immediately
birth
getting all
dates,
worked
though,
up.
so we don't have to open that book for the
I have a
15th
feeling,
time.
Professor Morton, that Obed Morton is my father.
If that's a joke, it's not funny.
The date coincides, and I was shown a picture.
So that's why you agreed to come to the island.
And also for the Abcanis writing tablets.
Abcanis writing tablets, my foot. Why didn't you write to him, for crying out loud? Why rush straight over here?
I want to hear it from his own mouth.
Actually, I understand. I should tell you to stay put, but be careful, Aline, and call me if you have a problem.
Carnby, I have a problem.
So do we. So do we. God damn it. Clearly, I wanted to go back in the tower, yes. Dog's scary. Don't want to go near dog. I'm not sure what the little load scene there is every time you get on and off the ladder. A little weird. I guess they had to have a transition so it could switch from controlling one way to controlling another based on the way they did their engine. It's just always a little strange to see slight oddities like that. There we go. That opens the Jeremy Morton portrait. And we can now go clean out everything. And we are back on track. And it only took like 10 minutes of fixing to get us back on track after doing all of that for like 2 hours. I'm not even sure you would need to do a glitch or anything to speedrun this game. I feel like you just need to know all the numbers and shit ahead of time, and boom, speedrun. Game over in like 2 hours. Nah, I'll go ahead and do all the portrait shit, and then I'll save. I was debating saving here just to be on the safe side. But there's not much between us and portraits aside from this little bastard who can't actually catch us, so there's no reason to save there and have to do things again. The only kicker is I may have to redo the puzzle even if I save after the puzzle, because something in how the game saves is a little weird. Alright, I can't do this yet because I need to touch the other one first. I wanted to just do them in order and then go touch this and get the thing, then do his puzzle, but I can't. I gotta wait for the whole sequence to play out. There we go, now we go back over here, go punch in a bunch of numbers, and then we get prizes. As soon as Carnby acknowledges that this portrait exists. Like that's been, of all things, the biggest issue with this game. Is that the interact positions are sometimes a little buggy. And I don't know if that's a Dreamcast version issue, an emulation issue, or just a general this game has an issue. It could be any of them. It may even be multiple of them. But at the very least, I cannot say that this game has actually been overly difficult so far. I'm sure there's going to be at least one super nasty part to this, probably when we get into the second half of the game. Is of note, at least the vast majority of the earlier versions of this game are all 2-disc games. I think only like the PS2 version is a single disc. And of course, the Game Boy Color version is not multi-disc at all. It's just a cartridge. Let me actually... I'm just going to open the door. So I go to a different load zone. Then I'll save. Then we'll fight the thing that's on the other side of the door at the stairs. Because this should mean we don't have to do the puzzle again. Because it'll acknowledge me having saved in this area. And considering the way our fight with the thing over here went last time, I'm just gonna use the plasma cannon on it. Or there's gonna be nothing here this time? Or did I go further and then it jumped me? Is it just not here this time? Oh wait, no, I opened the gate last time and that's where he showed up. Ah. Carnby. Carnby, please. Oh, for fuck's sake, Carnby. Oh, there's more than one, huh? We're dead because Carnby refused to aim. Because I guess stairs are the bane of his existence. And this is why I saved as soon as I went through the door, because I had a feeling we were gonna have a problem.
In the dark.
Oh, I should have manual aimed. That's kinda on me, but at the same time, there's an expectation where the game should be doing what it's supposed to. Honestly, let's see if we can do this, because these stairs are a little slow to move on, but let's see if we can just juke these stupid things and not even fight them. Fighting them is probably just a waste of my time. That's the smartest course of all these ideas right now, is just, to hell with you guys, I'm out of here, goodbye. Oh, this door's locked now, huh? Well, that's a problem now, isn't it? There we go. Problem solved. At the very least, fighting them on flat ground means Carnby doesn't have to aim, which means he can't fuck this up for me. But we have a problem. How do we proceed? I thought that gate was the way forward, but maybe we have to go this way. Oh yeah, there's gonna be more monsters too. Of course there is. I remember the way from here, though. This is the correct direction. I took that turn weird to dodge him. Oh, great. Now there's also a pile of zombies on the road, huh? Great. That's what I needed. Lots of zombies. Especially when the camera transition will fuck you over. Oh boy. Really could use a medkit game. Got any for me? Yeah, now we're back here. Presumably there'll be more items in the fort, since we haven't been in there at all. Okay. Why are we cutscening for the zombies? We know zombies exist. Yep, those sure are zombies. Well. Game? I would like to be able to move, to do something about these zombies before they eat me. Really? You're just gonna give them almost a free shot there, huh? Yep, that seems fair. Ah, damn, there's a lot of zombies. If this was in a less tight corridor, I would try to juke around them, but I don't trust this game to let me get around them in here. Especially not with them in that doorway. Well, we're just about out of plasma cannon, but it cleared that out real nice. In hindsight, I probably could have taken most of them with, like, one rocket, but this is what was in my hands. Here's where we started the game, and here is the gate to the fort. First and foremost, so I don't use up the last of that, we'll go ahead and switch back to the shotgun. Considering the amount of shit we went through, I almost feel like I should save again, but I'm gonna wait till after I do this puzzle. It is moon, star, sun. Okay. Moon, star, sun. Ta-da! And it refuses to let you try to input a code if you don't have the code. Okay, now give me a moment to do this. Eject disk. Insert disk. Checking. Boom. Huh. Who's this gentleman? Somebody with a lot of first aid kits and a gas cartridge. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. And we're gonna go ahead and save now that we are on the other disc. But presumably this is officially the second half of the game.
Carnby, I'm at the fort. There's some sort of planetarium here.
Now, wait a damn minute. How did she get to the fort?
Dabbled in everything.
Yeah, with one goal in mind. Jeremy Morton had it built. It has something to do with an Indian ritual.
There's something here that looks like a control board. I'll try to get to it.
Aline, I gotta admit, you're handling all of this incredibly well.
If she got over there, why is that still locked? Or did she... No, she went through the tunnel that Alan Morton was talking about in one of the books, probably. Because Alan had dug a tunnel around the gate in order to get in there since Jeremy wouldn't let him in. Okay. That's where the incantation's done, so we probably don't need to do anything there at the moment. Now, they just run off. Huh. Odd. I have suspicions. Okay, we got a path over here. Okay. Yep, we are at sea level. Congratulations, you can tell what water looks like. What the hell are you? No good, that's what you are. You're something that wants a rocket in the face. I forgot to switch to the rocket launcher. That was nearly bad. Yeah, that was going to take enough shells that was going to be a problem. I am glad I switched. I'm going to assume, yeah, the gas cartridge goes to the plasma cannon, because you can see it on the cannon. Okay. So it really is just a flamethrower. Just, they probably didn't have a flamethrower when that was made, so they called it a plasma cannon. And I don't mean when the game was made, I mean when the cannon was built. There's a zombie over there and something broke. Let's not go all the way out here yet, though. I feel like that's further away. And there's probably goodies to be had. Well, that's exactly what I was saying, yeah. I was just looking around before committing to a direction because I didn't know what else was over there. If that was just a short dead end, I, of course, was going to hit that first and then go up. Knowing now that that was further out, that's why we came back. And that looks to be some rockets. And a lot of skulls. Like, just to put it in perspective, look at all of those skulls. Odd that there's a big circular hole in the middle of them. I almost feel like that means something, but apparently it does not currently mean anything. But that appears to be all that's up here. That's slightly disappointing. Unless I can go around. Nope. That just yanks me straight into the door. Okay. Because it really does look like there might be a path there, but I can't get to it. Every time I try to walk over there, it just yanks me through the door. Yeah. And I think there might have been another side path back here that we didn't do, though. Because there was this where we came in, and then that, but I think there might have been something else over here. I might have been imagining things, though. Because we came down these stairs, but it almost looked like there might have been something, like, behind this. It looks like this is just what is here. Just a rock. But it never hurts to make sure, because you never know what little cubby hole's gonna hide some more ammo or something that we desperately need at this point. And considering the rockets have been using up already, I have concerns. But it's looking like it's swamp time. Zombie swamp. Oh joy. Did I wander into Louisiana? Well, goddamn voodoo zombies. Ah! Get out of here. I'm in red, so let's heal. Oh, that's a dead end. That doesn't look like a dead end, huh, game? Okay. Oh, there's our plane. If there's anything hidden in here. Wire cutters, blue lens. Ah.
Johnson here. Come in. Johnson here. Johnson here. Come in.
Hell with you, Johnson. It's your fault that I'm in this mess. Suppose I'm gonna be required to answer that.
Hey,
Oh,
Where am I?
pilot's not dead.
stop jerking around. Let me try and get you out of here.
My legs. The radio is dead.
Everything will be okay. Everything will be just
Yeah, he
fine.
really looked dead with all the blood on his chest.
I'm telling you, everything will be okay.
I don't want to die.
Hey, let go of me.
Don't leave me here. Please, I beg you.
I said let go
No,
of
it's
me.
playing the voice acting. It just might not be loud enough for you guys to hear.
Sure you will.
I'm telling you, I'll never make it.
Yeah.
Just promise me one thing. When you see Johnson, tell him something for me. Tell him his cover is blown.
And suddenly the plane sank. And I'm guessing that timer means if I don't get out of here, the plane's gonna sink further and I'll be dead. So far, so good. Pilot's about to drown because he's got fucked up legs. But there's nothing we really can do for him on that one. Goodbye. Oh, thanks, game. Thanks for moving the zombie closer during that cutscene. Appreciate it. That's clearly what I wanted. I'm not sure what happened to that, but I'm okay with it being gone. I'm going to assume that was a hallucination. Or it's teleporting. Okay, fair enough. Well, either way, goodbye. do I use the wire cutters? Because I see a padlock. Wait. The game called them wire cutters when I picked them up, but they're suddenly pliers now. Magical metamorphing tools. Okay, sure. Why not? Is it absolutely said those were wire cutters first? Ah. Door is locked with a chain. Gee, I wonder, am I supposed to use this here? Yes, I cut them with my pliers. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna need to learn the symbols for that. We'll deal with that in a moment. Demon stabs lady. To invoke Gar Alan, the summoner will choose a young virgin whose hair is neither too long nor too short, whose skin is neither too dark nor too fair, whose waist is neither too large, not too narrow. This is a picky fucking demon. But whose voice when she screams is extremely high, like that of a falcon. He will starve her from the first moon preceding the summoning, but force her to drink large quantities of liquid to ensure that this flesh remains dry. That's not how that works, but yeah, sure, we'll keep on. Why not? He will take care to remove all trace of capillary growth other than that of the scalp. Then he will lead her naked to the altar. There he will invoke the names of the gods of darkness as he was taught. Then, once having opened the path with manipulations of the three sacred symbols, he decapitates the virgin with a single cut. Umbra Magna Est. Okay. Got more rockets. I feel like the game's trying to tell me something here with the amount of rockets we're finding. It's almost like there's a hint that, the other weapons are no longer going to be helpful. So here, take all of these rockets to make sure you're not going to get screwed. But, nothing in here gave me that much of an indication of how these symbols work. Unless I'm supposed to glean from that book what the order of symbols are gonna be. Okay, so these are on-off toggles. I feel like we don't have the information for this yet. Like, maybe I could infer from what this is talking about. It's like, the head on that kind of matches the symbol on the thing. I would assume that the knife symbol would be last, based on the way this is worded, because you're cutting at the end. Gar Alan's symbol would be, I assume, the head there. The cup would be the large quantity of drinking, presumably. The thing is, this or this could be the symbol. I'm going to assume this is just... I don't know. Because the thing is, this might not require all of the symbols. It might only be 3. I'm not trying to look at that. I'm trying to look at the book. Okay, it says manipulation of the 3 symbols, and I'm assuming it is talking about Umbra Magna Est with the symbols. But by the same token, I have no context for what Umbra Magna Est means. That doesn't give me the information of what those might mean. So the other option would be we're supposed to infer what the three symbols are based on what it's telling us, but I feel like that's incorrect as well. I would almost feel that Umbra Magna Est is some kind of prayer to the darkness that's just generally said by the cult involved with these dark creatures. And I could always, like, try this. But that doesn't work. That's assuming that the three symbols are pertaining to what it's telling them to do, yeah. We can assume that the cup is in the middle since they bother to make such a mention of the drinking. So it just becomes a question of which one is Gar-Alan's symbol. And it could be any of the three of these. So I'm just gonna try each of them pretty much, I guess. Nope, that didn't work. Nope. I can press more than 3 though, so I feel like it might not actually be only 3. I think we might be meant to infer more than 3 symbols from the book. Because I feel like it would stop you at 3 if it's only supposed to be 3 symbols. Like, it has to start with one of the 3 demon heads, and it has to end with the dagger. Based on our inference from the book. But I don't really know what to assume some of these symbols mean. Like, a pentacle or a pentagram is usually a summoning circle, so presumably the summoning part might relate to that. So that might be one of the starting symbols as well. It might be summon Gar-Alan. The drinking. But I don't even know what the hell that is, for example. Well, answer me this. Does the book contain the answer, or is the answer elsewhere? That's what I was figuring. Is we were currently on the line of thought that the book had the answer, and it really felt wrong that the book held the answer. Is there was way too much inference involved there, whereas these are usually pretty straightforward. Okay, I can actually get back here. It was fighting me to all end about getting back here. But we can actually go back here. Is there something here? Everything else in this game has basically given you the answer, so it seemed very weird that we would have had to pull the answer out of the air like that with the book. So, given the fact that there are no more interaction spots in here, I have to assume that the answer is not in this building. It might be in one of the books we have. Okay, we have the sacrifice ritual book. that would be... would have to be Fisk's notebook. Because there's only a couple things we started the game with. It was this notebook. No, it's not that. We started with the map of Shadow Island, but there's nothing really useful on here. Not on the Charm of Saving. We started with the walkie-talkie. Oh, let me guess. It's one of those I have to talk to Elaine. No? Okay, the radio's not the answer. The flashlight has nothing on it. There's not much else we started with. Because it wouldn't make any sense. Unless I can zoom in, I can't see anything. I certainly do not see anything on these. I looked at it before, and I didn't see anything. That doesn't mean there isn't something there, it just means I can't see it. Like, maybe I'm blind, but I don't see a lot of anything on this flashlight. I see what you're saying. Because you're telling me to use the lens. The thing is, the way you phrased that made it sound like the flashlight had something on it, so you were kind of leading me astray with your answer there, rather than pointing me towards it. I get that, but I'm saying by doing that you may have made it harder to get to the answer rather than just avoiding saying it. Okay. Because I did start considering the lens, and then you said that, and it's like, maybe I just don't see something on one of these objects. Because I knew we got the lens in the area, I just hadn't gotten there yet because there's a lot to take in that inventory. Yeah, I already called out the fact that we saw the pentagram. I'm trying to find the other two. There appears to be blood on the floor there, but I can't really infer a symbol from that. Question is, are the other two pieces in here, or is there blood elsewhere? I would assume blood elsewhere. Well, that's the thing, though, is they've given all of the answers to multiple other puzzles. But I'm going to assume that that's just meant to be the starting symbol, and it's meant to be something like that, then? No, that's not the answer. Or is it? No? Because the thing is, we're still stuck with the is it 3 symbols, or is there more than that problem? I'm going to assume there isn't anything out here, but I'm going to look anyway. Even though this is going to mean he's going to come be a problem. Yes, it said 3 sacred symbols, but I don't always want to trust blindly what something like that tells us. Because that implies... That must mean that that's wrong, then. Because we have to assume that the dagger is correct. So that either means the cup is wrong, or the dagger is wrong. So I'm gonna go on the logic of maybe it's that weird thing? No. Okay. It would be so much more straightforward if they told us what this was trying to ask for. But instead they give this whole long description and expect us to pull the 3 pieces out of that whole long description, when I can see in this multiple answers. And I get that they want to make it a little bit complicated, but I feel like this is more obtuse than it needs to be. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying it's more obtuse than it needs to be because it's misleading. Because the problem ends up being I have even less to work with then if we only have one symbol. That just basically leads it to trial and error at that point. I feel like there has to be more information than that to work with. But I don't know where to pull more information from. Is, as I said, there's the blood on the floor here, but this is clearly just splotch. This is nothing. And it feels very out of character for this game for this to be a trial and error puzzle. So there has to be an answer in there somewhere, pointing in the right direction. It just may be something we can't translate well enough. So I guess I could just start trying these. Oh, that's not it. Well, that's the problem, is I went and looked at the wall where the blood led, and there was nothing there. And the flashlight doesn't indicate anything on the buttons, for example. Which, let me tell you, it would have made sense for there to be blood on the buttons, and then it would have just told you the code that way. That would have been a much more straightforward way to do this, is the blood leads to that. And then there's blood on the floor here, but it, as far as I can tell, leads over here, and then the trail stops. And there's nothing on any of these walls. Yeah, the problem with that is I have to fight the thing that takes way too much ammo in order to do that. And it was sounding like this was a self-contained puzzle. But maybe there's something out here? I just didn't want to waste the ammo on this stupid thing. Who is now hiding. There he is. Oh, yay! Just random clipping that keeps me from hitting my target. Hooray! Oh, and there's more than one! Joyous day! Hooray for monsters that exist purely to waste your ammo. That would make sense. That is a long trip back, but that would make a lot of sense. And I'm betting the other one is up here. Yep, there it is. That said, hang on. Is there a blood trail here? No. Yeah, I was about to say, where are you getting that third one from? Because I think you're tripping. Yeah, it's a safe bet the last one's in the cave. There's a thing here. I want it. There we go. Because you can see the blood trail leading that way. The only problem is, that's going to be a lot of crap to have to slog back through just to get that one last symbol. I mean, I suppose the other option is we could literally just hit buttons since we have 2 out of 3 answers already. Yeah, that we're on the same page. I was trying to decide which would take longer, and the answer is it would take longer to walk back than it would just to hit every button and hope you get the right answer. And that's, of course, assuming we were wrong about the dagger to begin with. Take note of the fact that I'm already going back. I know you're on a delay, but... just remember, I'm not an idiot. There it is. So the dagger was a red herring entirely. And for reference of why I picked the ones I did, by the way, I made a guess based on the fact that it was going to be 1 per row. So the last answer had to be in the bottom row. And that's why I wasn't too worried about guessing it. But I kind of wanted to show off where the answer was. And then I thought about it for a minute, and it's like, we already know where the answer is. It's pretty much a given that we know where the answer is. So I'm just not going to waste our time. I assume this won't do anything. Yeah. So how do we open this door? There's presumably an item that we use with this. And it's just M-O. So Obed Morton. But what relating to Obed Morton would do anything? We don't really, like, have anything of his. We have an Archibald Morton lighter, but that doesn't do anything. Did I miss an item? There's not anything, like, on this or anything, right? That I need to be concerned about? No. Okay. Like, I almost feel like it would be something having Obed Morton's seal on it. No. I have not... Well... no, because the only things with a seal on it we have are those. So we missed an item somewhere, I guess. Except for the fact that I never saw any other items in our entire trip, and I combed every place we went to. Because remember, I kept having to go back and look for keys, too, because of shit we potentially missed. So I feel like we must have missed something somewhere. The problem is, where did we miss it? And how far back do I have to go for it? Let me take a look. So I'm betting it probably involves the Circle of Stones I didn't stop at because I was assuming I had to come back for that. So I might have to do some backtracking anyway, because I can only assume we have to go do the spell in order to get whatever we need for this, or we're missing the seal item way back somewhere that I somehow did not pick up. Which would be infuriating, but somehow just so unsurprising. If I were ever to point out an issue with this entire genre, it's the fact that there's the chance where you'll miss a single item and the entire thing becomes this huge, tedious pain in the ass. That's about what I figured. Yeah, the Circle of Stones, I didn't touch them, and I probably should have. Because, as I said, I probably was supposed to have done that, but I did not know the order of operation, so I thought I had to do that later, not immediately. So let's go do that, and that'll probably give us what I'm missing. Come on, game. And I apologize for getting frustrated, but honestly, this is just honestly kind of a pain in the ass design. Well, see, and your own statement's wrong there, because the acrobat statue you get long before you actually use it. So there are cases where things are used way after you get them, and the crowbar is used multiple sections after where you get that too. There's an inconsistency in design timing in this that makes it sometimes difficult to tell what the timing for doing something is. I mean, hell, the very answer to this puzzle we're about to do is something we got so long ago. Is we're gonna need to use the dictaphone to have the right order. I won't say amazing, but it is good. Because bear in mind, my experience is being soured a little bit by the frustrations I'm having right now. You'll want to talk to me after we're done, if you want me to be in the right frame of mind to properly respond to that. I'm aware. I saw it. I can read. Carnage, do I need to remind you about the back seating? I understand that you're trying to help. But remember, there's a line. You were already dancing on it. You're now stepping past it. I understand you love this game, but you have to understand that you cannot ride on my back. This is not helping my experience with the game. I know you're trying to make it smoother, but you're pushing a little much at that point. Okay, game, why is the radio not working? Do I need to call her in the other spot just for arbitrary reasons? Why is my radio not working? Game, why you like this? What is the prescribed spot I have to stand for her to do this? What the hell is wrong with this? Why is the radio no longer working? Okay, you can answer me that one. Why is the radio not working? Because that's a weird one. You would think the radio button would, you know, be doing radio things. Okay. Because you can understand that... Oh, god damn it.
Yes.
I reached the Circle of Stones. Abcanis Stellas. This is the place. I'm sure this is where I have to carry out the ritual.
Because I didn't want to potentially do the puzzle wrong by pushing the wrong statue
Go to the
first.
North Stella and call me back if you find something carved into it.
Yep. Okay, so how do I know which one of these is north? I mean, I'm assuming the slash on it.
I'm at the North Stella.
Yeah.
And there's something carved into the top. A single mark.
Okay, that's exactly what I need.
Could you be a bit clearer?
I'd rather be sure for myself first. Go to the southeast Stella and call me back.
Southeast would then be this one. Well, no, there's one here, so that would be this one.
Aline, there are no marks on this Stella.
Okay. West Stella.
Okay, that'd be over here. That one's marked with 3.
Are we going to go on much longer like this?
Do you want to try out your incantation or not?
That's what I'm here for. West Stella, 3 marks.
Good. Let me explain. I think that each of the markings correspond to a number. I'm in front of this control board. My idea is, if I enter the numbers, what with this being a planetarium, it should logically give me a direction.
Hey, I trust you.
So, go to the southwest Stella.
Okay.
He said southwest, which would be this one.
Southwest Stella, 1 mark.
Now we're getting somewhere. East Stella?
Multiple with a single mark, which is a little odd.
Which Stella did you say?
The East Stella.
Thanks.
That's this one, yes. Alright, he has to actually look at it.
I'm at the East Stella. 2 marks. I'm starting to feel this isn't funny anymore.
Spoil sport, we're nearly there. Northeast Stella.
It's the one next to this one.
Nothing on the Northeast Stella.
Okay. And now back to the southeast Stella.
What? I hope you're not pulling my leg here.
If you don't want my help anymore.
Okay, hey, don't get all touchy now. Southeast Stella. Nothing, obviously.
Hang in there, Carnby. The southwest Stella, and it's over.
Southwest Stella, 1 mark.
Okay, like I said, it's over. Carnby, you'll never believe me.
But you know I believe every word you say.
If I didn't get this wrong, that circle of stones of yours just gave us today's date.
Uh-oh. That means
That tonight's the night the gate...
can be opened.
Carnby, I don't feel so good.
Now's not
Yeah,
the time
no,
to
that
freak
adds
out.
up.
I still
Okay.
need a direction.
Wait, I'm entering the date into the control board. It's incredible. Okay, the planets are lining up.
Which way are they pointing?
Well, towards the east, I believe. Yes, that's it. Towards the east.
Thanks.
Don't you think we're in over our heads on this one?
I've got no idea. All I know is I want us to get out of here alive, and you've got my word. We're gonna do it.
I'd really love to believe you.
Yes. I need to remember what they are. So hold that thought. I thought the oh right, the dictaphone's in.
Ugulai Hyperhanes Kona.
I have always wondered
Okay.
about the circle of stones
No.
located in
Why can't I stop this?
when I would ask
Why do I have to listen to the entire thing just to hear the first God game.
Ritual calendar used to determine various astronomical
Because it won't let me out of this. I can't stop the
building a planetarium
dictaphone once it starts.
junction with the Circle of Stones. All this seems linked to the gate, to the opening of the gate, and to the ritual of
And
the
care to guess how much of that I'm gonna remember by the time he's done blabbering on?
It seems he had not
I can remember 2. I already lost the third one.
I therefore talked him into performing the ritual of his ancestors. I know his weakness and how to use it. He wanted to convince me of his powers as a witch doctor. Even he acted out of pride. I recorded him while he spoke the sacred words of his tribe. He was standing before one of the steels, and the direction in which he pronounced the incantation seemed an important part of the ritual. But nothing happened. The time has not yet come, is what he said, justifying himself.
So he said Ugalai,
Oh, Gulai,
Hyper.
Hyper.
Now, I think he said Korna?
Korna. Harness.
That's clearly wrong. Somewhere I went wrong because it's hard. Not only is it hard to understand, but it's also at the beginning of this whole long slew of nonsense that's irrelevant at this point. So I should be able to skip it, but I can't. Like, every issue I've run into with this game is all products of its time, so I can't hold it against it too much, but it does not improve my experience with the game. Turn my headset up so I might be able to understand him a little better. But everything else can be deafening fucking loud now.
Ugulai, Hyper, Harness, Korna.
Okay, I reversed the last 2.
Stones located in the moors. When I would ask Edenshaw about it, he always remained very vague. I now think it's some kind of ritual calendar used to determine various astronomical events. I have started building a planetarium that will be used in conjunction with the Circle of Stones.
Wrote it down this time so I won't lose it in his jabber 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 about the fucking ritual and everything.
Edenshaw was very surprised. It seems he had not thought them related. I therefore talked him into performing.
I don't mind this being an audio-based puzzle. I just mind the fact that I cannot use any of these other buttons that are shown on screen for this dictaphone.
Even he acted out of pride.
We are just stuck, waiting for him to finish talking.
Words of his tribe. He was standing before one of the steels, and the direction in which he pronounced the incantation seemed an important part of the ritual. But nothing happened. The time has not yet come, is what he said, justifying himself.
Don't get me wrong, part of my agitation at this point is because of issues we had earlier on. So take what I'm saying with a little bit of a grain of salt at this point. And I apologize for the way I'm getting at this point. But it is a little more than it needs to be in some places of this.
Oh, Gulai, Hyper. Korna. Harness.
What? I read my own goddamn writing wrong somehow. Yeah, no, I literally managed to write it the wrong way around. I am just so fucking done with this at this point.
Oh, Gulai, Hyper. Harness. Korna.
Like, it's bad when you hear it and you still somehow write it
Or
the
not.
wrong way around. I have to assume that the stell that we just got is what I use on that door.
Carnby.
Aline, it's Carnby.
So, Mr. Witch Doctor, how about that ritual?
Yeah, you won't be laughing when I tell you I recovered a statue and some kind of stone disc.
A disc that's about 10 inches wide?
That's right.
I need it. We absolutely have to meet right away.
Okay, I'll head for the fort. You come towards me.
Gotcha.
Something else I will say, I'm willing to accept some blame for the way this is playing out and why it's causing me this frustration because of the fact that I'm starting to hurry because my patience was running thin with this because of the way earlier parts went. So again, I feel bad for the way this is playing out, but at the same time there could have been a better way about some of this. Gonna have to waste ammo getting rid of you clowns because you've just managed to jam up the doorway. This also is in keeping with why I tend not to play... Oh, Joy, you respawn! For no other reason than to make this more aggravating than it needs to be. Hooray. Because we killed these. The two that were here were dead. But no, it has to respawn to make this inconvenient. Now, as I was saying, I typically don't play this kind of game because this kind of thing tends to frustrate me. I did this just because it's Halloween. It seemed fitting. Was it the right choice? Probably not. But the only way we learn is to make mistakes. Now, do I use this here? No, she said go to the fort. I would have assumed getting to the fort would have involved getting through here. Unless I'm further missing something. So maybe she's up the other path? Maybe she'll have somehow opened something to meet me over here? Okay, something's happening. Yeah, that makes sense, because the lock's on the other side, so of course she solves it.
I won't hesitate to shoot.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Carnby? You scared the daylights out of me. I almost shot you.
Do I detect a regret?
Stop kidding. Do you have the stone disc we talked about?
And what will you give me in exchange?
I see you're a real smooth talker, Carnby. Here, I found this. I have no idea what use it might be, but
That rings a bell. How are you getting on?
I recovered the tablets, and I've got 2 statues. How about you?
I'm still missing some things. You seem to have acquired a taste for our adventures.
Get real. I just want to get out of here.
And now,
Now, I have to go back to the fort.
good luck.
You too, Carnby.
And that presumably is the item we were missing. Yep, that's got the seal on it. There we go. Now, And I'm gonna call myself out on something here, and that is that a lot of the backtracking and a lot of the kind of obtuse answers to some of these are things that are also in common with some games I actually like. I cannot speak to exactly why this is rubbing me the wrong way, aside from I think it's the limited resources, so I feel like I'm wasting a lot whenever I make a wrong turn, which happens a lot with this game so far. And again, part of that's on me. I fully accept that part of that is my fault. But I feel like this game could have done with a little bit of a rethink in terms of some of this. But that said, every game ever made could be better. There are ways to improve almost every game that's ever been made. Because no game is perfect. Nothing about what I'm saying is meant to make this game sound like it's a bad game, because it isn't. It is by no means bad. I've played far worse. And I might even have enjoyed that ritual puzzle if I wasn't already frustrated because of things that had happened earlier, for example.
Nervous system made up of a dark and shiny mass, about 15 inches long by 7 inches wide. Chaotic structure. Reacts directly to white light, contracting like a pupil. I'm taking all the samples needed to carry out a biochemical analysis. I already believe it possible to assert that the main elements composing it are zinc and beryllium. As for the others, I'm mainly interested in their central crystalline structure. It's that structure that I need to extract and inject. Who goes there?
Alan, don't even think about it.
I could have gotten rid of you a dozen times at least, but I'd rather you have a taste of darkness while you're still alive. When my friends are done with you, your body will still come in handy for me.
Yep, you've definitely gone off the deep end. Watch as I blurrily run away! Haha! And don't shoot him or anything, Carnby. No, not at all. Like, shoot him in the leg or anything, nah.
Answer when I call.
Aline, I just ran into Alan right in the middle of one of his macabre experiments. He was up to his elbows dissecting... I don't want to know what.
Horrible. But where are you?
In an underground laboratory. It looks as though Alan's experiments require quite a bit of material. And corpses.
Corpses? Human corpses?
I don't know. He hightailed it out of there and cut off the power supply. I'm stuck here in the dark.
I found a floor plan. I think it's the layout of the lab. Wait, there's an exit just next to the operating table.
Okay, on my way.
Wouldn't that exit next to the operating table be that exit right there? The one that he locked? Or is there another one that she's trying to tell me about?
No, that's no good. Come back the way you came.
Wait, how do you know where I am in here? You said you found a floor plan. You're apparently watching me on a camera or something?
The doorway's blocked with metal bars. Alan must have set up an automatic locking system.
Wait, the plan includes the layout for all the lab's power cables. It must show where the locking mechanism is.
Thanks, Aline. You're a lifesaver.
try not to make a habit out of it. Wait, I've got a problem.
What?
The locking mechanism is outside of the lab.
Aline, we have to find a solution. Maybe if I turn all these devices back on...
We could provoke an overload and free up the door.
Okay, let's try it. Where do I begin?
There are 2 tables with an experimental device on them. Follow the wall to the left of the door to find them.
Okay.
Okay.
Real House of Horrors in here.
See, I like the idea of this puzzle so far. We'll see if it gets annoying, but this at least is interesting. This is different. It's already annoying. So I'm gonna have to waste ammunition the whole way because I don't know where I need to be, so I could end up having to turn around back into a zombie. But I assume I need to go find the other lever, which I think I have seen.
Okay, I'm turning on a kind of electric arc, but nothing's happening.
Wait, keep going with the other devices.
I hope at least this will be of some use.
Keep on going after you get past the table, and you'll hit the corridor. Go through the passage and head straight on down the corridor.
Yep, that's where the other lever I saw already was.
The light switch is at the very end of it.
All right, I don't really have much choice.
Straight ahead, straight ahead.
Yeah, okay.
I gotta love how they bother to give me that extra bit there when I didn't need it.
Straight ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, let me guess. These aren't actually there, are they? Oh, joy. Just there to waste my ammunition.
Okay, I just lit a projector, but I didn't get any of the promised overload.
Have some patience.
I'd like to see you try it.
The light switch is in the side room. Go back the other way and turn right at the intersection. Then follow the corridor.
So back the way I came again. Okay. Hi, zombie. Hi, wall. God damn it. Wasting my damn ammo. I already input the command to stop that. Now, it's just a fake zombie anyway.
Follow the wall. You can't miss it.
Easy for you to say.
Straight ahead, straight ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, these are actually real. Or not. Whatever.
Aline. Nothing's happening. I'm gonna stay stuck here. That's it, it's working.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. On my way.
You know, she mentioned it was a light switch, but I can't help but notice that there are no lights on in this place still. I am very unimpressed with your light switch, Eileen. Wait, there was something over here. Camera angle immediately fucked my ability to see it. Right about there. Okay, I guess I'm seeing a visual glitch or something, because I am mashing interact along this wall and not finding whatever it was that shined on this wall. It's like hanging from something? It's right there. You can see it very obviously from this angle. But as soon as I walk over here to get it, it's gone. It's just a lie. I'm getting a lot of interact prompts that mean nothing. So I mash the interact in their general direction as close as I can get to them, and it just leads to nothing. So hopefully I don't need any of those things.
Carnby,
Yep. I love the sound of your voice.
save the wisecracks for later. Where are you?
Thanks for your support. I've got 2 statues. And you?
Same. I also have 2 statues.
I went by Alan Morton's lab, and I'm starting to get an idea of Lamb's goals.
And what about your friend?
Fisk? I don't think these scumbags even gave him a fighting chance.
You mean the Morton brothers?
No, I'm talking about Lamb and Johnson. Fisk probably never even set foot on this damn island.
So what are you going to do?
First of all, I'm gonna get us out of here. It seems that if I keep going, I should be able to reach the cellars beneath the manor.
When I was down there, I opened a trap that leads to the greenhouse.
Okay, thanks.
Just keep on moving, Carnby. Pay no attention to the brain spiders behind you. Everything's fine. Just keep on climbing. They're not real. Even if they are real, they won't be in a minute. Keep it moving. Is there anything to see with the light? Almost looked like there was right there, but that was just the light reflecting for a second. Sure.
Lamb, is that you?
Professor Morton, what a pleasure to hear from you.
Don't overdo it. Did you receive the documents?
Yes, and I wish to thank you for them. Say your brother's work has made great progress. His notes are extremely clear. I had the feeling I was reading a medical course for first-year students. However, I remain convinced that you could have sent me the contents of the writing tablet's translation a while back. You wouldn't have been trying my patience by any chance, would you?
Stop it. You sound like Alan. You've no idea what is going on here.
If I believe what is in your twin's notes, it must be close to hell, right? I sent you 2 of my best agents.
2 agents will never stand a chance. What we need is the entire army.
The army? The army? Don't get carried away now. You've managed perfectly well until now without my help. Right?
You are a downright bastard. Come get me out of here right now.
Mr. Morton, I do not think you understand me quite well. Thanks to your brother and yourself, I have made great headway. For me, the great day is drawing near. As of now, you are of no more use to me.
Lamb? Lamb!
And there's the betrayal. I'm not sure why it was cutting in and out a little bit there. It didn't actually lose any of the dialogue as far as I can tell. It just kind of skipped for a second. We haven't had anything like that happen up till now, so I'm not really sure if that was supposed to do that or not. I am admittedly slightly worried that it might be starting to break down at this point, and that's a concern. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. This is how I got up here, isn't it? Yep, sure is. Okay. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a similar looking staircase. Do I have a map of this part? I do. I am surprised I have a map of this part. Actually, it does sound like it might be running a little rough with the map open, which is weird. Ah, this is the door we saw way back at the beginning. All coming together.
We have to. Quick! Alan is about to perform the ritual that opens the gate. I can feel it.
But can't you do something to stop him?
I am too old. I do not have...
Hey, don't quit on us now. We still need you. What are we supposed to do?
Recover the last statues and meet me in my people's sanctuary. That is where the gate is located. With some luck, we might get there before Alan does.
Why did you keep on working for the Mortons so long, without ever doing anything?
Have you never said to yourself, the time has not yet come? Well, that is what I told myself for 50 years. But now I know that my time has come.
What do you mean?
If Miss Cedrak is here, it is because some men meant her to be. You are here because a god meant you to be. Oh yes, I know, you came to Shadow Island for your friend. But think this over. You rushed here without even asking yourself any questions. To come here seemed self-evident. Fisk was nothing but the trigger, despite the deep friendship you had for him.
How do you know all this?
I too came here, Mr. Carnby, and since then, my dreams are like books in which the future is written. But not my future, yours.
And you couldn't have revealed any of that earlier. Why?
I met Edenshaw. We've got to find Alan.
I know. Is that all he said?
I have this funny feeling he knew all along that I'd come to him. I know this will sound strange, but I feel as though I'm linked to what's happening here.
Kind of like deja vu?
No, it's deeper than that, like shreds of some lost past.
Me, it's my whole past that's in shreds.
You've been speaking to Obed Morton.
Yes. And he's not my father. But let's say I expected as much.
Aline, you've lived your entire life not knowing who your father was. A few more months won't change anything. I swear, if we make it out of this alive, I'll handle your case. But let me say this, meetings like that are usually a big disappointment.
He ain't wrong about that. She said she opened a trap. Does that mean that this is the ladder to the greenhouse then? I don't think we used a ladder at any point until we got to the... Yeah, this is the greenhouse. Okay. I hear bad things. Yep, sure do hear bad things. And I see bad things too. Wish I didn't. Oh boy. Okay, game. I see how it is. Or, you know, that's just not gonna hit them somehow. Okay. gonna heal before I somehow die without having saved in a while again. That was probably a little wasteful on the ammo, but I did not want to risk dying. And on the note of needing to save, let's save now that we're here. Because I do not want to have to do all of that again. We've already had one of those moments. I don't want another one. And I will say this. If I was a less stubborn man, and I also didn't know that we weren't that far from finishing this, I probably would have quit on this game when I was starting to get frustrated. I'm coming around again now. I'm not agitated anymore. At least not as agitated. But I do think that section could have been better. Because I almost feel that the backtracking to the beach for that other symbol was purely there to make the player waste ammunition and health. Because there's not really a reason to make the player backtrack that far. Okay, what does this do? Why can I push this? Presumably it's to pour water on something. Maybe if I knock it off of here, something will happen. Let's just push it again. It is no longer on a railing. Maybe now something will happen. Thank you, Chris. How you doing? I've been having mixed feelings with this so far, but some of that's my own fault, and I'm not really gonna get into the long discussion that we've been having as far as that goes so far. I'm doing fine. Just another day. Okay, we got another seal and another Abcana statue. Now, where on earth am I supposed to go from here? Because we haven't seen anywhere else where we need a seal. We of course know we need at least one more statue. And see, that's the other side of the coin, is I've never been huge on survival horror games. I tend to find that they're designed in such a way that they're only difficult once. Is the 90% of the difficulty comes from surprising the player with monsters, and from the fact that the player does not understand what the puzzles are. As soon as you understand everything, these are like 5 minutes and you're done. And these are also incredibly breakable. Generally. Like, I don't have anything necessarily against the genre or against how it works. It's just not necessarily a genre I specifically enjoy. But I'm trying to work myself past that, because I know there are genuinely very good games in the genre, and there are some I do enjoy. This one's kind of riding in a middle ground for me still. And that middle ground is primarily predicated just on one or two sections that aggravated me. The rest of it's been good. Actually, I think I can put a concept to why sometimes these aggravate me. And it's the fact that I don't like to have my time wasted. But the way some of these puzzles are designed and the way some of these areas are laid out, I feel like the game is purposely wasting my time. Not that the experience as a whole is a waste of time, but that there are certain parts that are designed to waste your time. Like doors that, this door is locked, you then go around it by taking a door right next to it. It's like, well, why not just have that door be unlocked then? You're adding 2 more screens just for the sake of having those 2 more screens. Now, I feel like we've already been through that door. Yeah, and I've never been a big fan of Resident Evil either. It's almost like there's a connection there. Because bear in mind, one of my first experiences with the survival horror genre was the first Resident Evil. Which is not a bad game, but boy, they made some choices with that one. And I don't even hate the tank controls. It has a lot of the same frustration for me as this game does. Where a lot of what I'm doing feels kind of pointless. Like it's just there to fill time. And there's also situations like this where I don't know where I'm supposed to be right now. And I don't mind that aspect of it, aside from I don't have the genre savvy in survival horror to know exactly where it's meaning me to go next, like I do with a Metroidvania. Because I've played enough of those that I know the design logic that's usually in place to give me a nudge in the right direction. And that, I think, is why the lack of direction frustrates me in this as opposed to in Metroidvanias. Because even in Metroidvanias, it frustrates me sometimes with those as well when they get obtuse. The last trail we had led to the greenhouse, and now we have items that I have not found the use for yet. So presumably they're used somewhere. I just have not figured out where yet. Because we need to find where we use Alan Morton's ring.
Aline?
Yeah, I figured. And I will say also, I think I would have enjoyed this game more if I hadn't chosen to stream it first. Because and I've mentioned this before. There's always a nagging thought in the back of my head when I'm getting stuck in sections like this and fumbling around trying to find my way, where I feel like I'm wasting people's time because I'm not providing something that entertains people. I'm sitting here getting annoyed and running around in circles. Which I'm sure there are some people that are very entertained watching me run around like an idiot. But there's also just as many people that absolutely will not find that entertaining. And I think that's what's lending to my current aggravation, more than the game itself, just the feel that I'm wasting people's time. Which, if people feel like their time's being wasted, I'm sure they would just leave. But that's the rational part of my brain talking, whereas it's the irrational part that is worrying about it. But it comes from a good place. It comes from the fact that I value your time as much as I value my time. And I'm just opening up about that for you guys so you understand where I'm coming from when you hear me getting as agitated as I am with things like this. And it 90% of the time is genuinely not the game's fault. I yell at the game about it, but that doesn't mean it's the game's fault. you hit the nail on the head for what I'm trying to tell you, yes. I don't know if you've noticed, but I kind of have a thing where I overthink a lot of things. And I'm working on it, but I'm not there yet. And that's why I'm just being open about it for you guys, so we're all on the same page. But I'm glad that this is enjoyable. I just also know that this is not for everyone. Just like this genre of game is not necessarily for everyone. Because I am now at the point where I'm just mashing the interact button, trying to find where I'm supposed to be doing something. Because we're encountering nothing but locked doors, so unless I have to go back now that I've gotten the ring, which is the only thing I can think of at this point, really, that would be a miserable experience for a completely different reason. And you know exactly what that reason is. And the thing of it ends up being, especially with that, is the simple fact that what would that randomizer even do? In terms of how Alundra works. And the answer that comes to my mind is it really wouldn't actually do much. Is in terms of the way the game logic works, most of the game logic's predicated on somebody telling you something or pointing you in a direction. A lot of being able to get places is, of course, predicated on having the right item for it. But... oh, this door's open? Oh yeah, we already were in here. Right. But yeah, the kicker to my brain for that just ends up being... I guess it would just, like, be you'd find the fire wand in a different spot and the sand cape somewhere else. So you'd have to do the dungeons in a slightly different order. But some dungeons... the thing is, I see a lot of seeds in the way I'm picturing the pathing, where 90% of the seeds would be physically impossible. So there's only so much variance that could be in that randomizer, while still being possible without knowing glitches and such. Guess I have to go back down here, which is gonna mean going back past the army of spiders. If they're even still there, which they probably are. But to get back on topic of the game, I think another problem I'm running into is I'm conflicting with the game logic a lot. Is the game logic doesn't seem to want you to go back that often without indicating to you that you have to go back for something or go back to do something, aside from when you miss something. But the problem is, I'm so used to games expecting you to do a lot of back and forth that I've inflicted more back and forth on myself than I'm supposed to. But considering I'm confronted with no other paths, I have to assume I'm meant to go back this way now. Because we can't seem to get back into the manor in any way, shape, or form since we don't have any keys. But I get the feeling that there's nothing in here that we'll be able to use either. Yeah, and there's no map of this place, even though Eileen has a map of this place. I mean, bright side, I found some medkits and gas cartridges that I missed because I was too interested in getting out of here. And there's also this that I missed. My patience has its limits. You promised me results, and I'm still waiting for them. Your brother's escapades are of little interest to me. I agreed to take care of your family's considerable debts, and I granted you the loans you requested. I supplied you with all the raw materials you claim to have need of. Need I remind you, you are useful but not indispensable. It would be it would inconvenience me greatly to have to use, how shall I put it, more persuasive means to obtain the translation of the tablets and a copy of your brother's work notes. If I do not receive a reply to this letter, I will not hesitate to employ the necessary methods to achieve my ends. Christopher Lamb. My dear Alan, if you are reading this letter, it means that the curtain has gone down on my farce of a life. You are still young, but I know you will understand. When I entrusted you with the statue and told you to talk about it to no one, I noticed the surprise in your expression. You must realize that this statue represents a great danger to the world of darkness, so that you shall never forget the dangers and the importance of our goal. I leave you this half of a photograph, you standing in front of the gate, and never forget that you are not alone. We, of course, have both halves of that photograph, I believe. I am confident you will one day manage to translate the tablets, engravings, all of the Mortons except your father have managed the task, even if you do not have the benefit of Deserto's help. I leave you with the huge responsibility of this choice. I am far too much of a coward. Go easy on your father and take care of your mother. Eden Shaw is your only help now. Remember, he could also turn out to be your worst enemy. Farewell, your Grandpa Jeremy. And that's one thing I will say about this game, is I enjoy the backgrounding and the puzzles and all of the writing they've done for this. The dialogue's a little rough in places, but it's a product of its time. Most of my problem with this game just comes from the actual walking around and dealing with the layout of the world and the monsters. And that's usually where my problem with this genre tends to live. Because 90% of the time, the monsters in these games aren't actually a threat. They're just a nuisance. They exist only to expend your resources and annoy. They don't really ever register as a significant threat after the first time you encounter something. Because by then you know how to deal with it and it's just done. I'm getting the feeling I'm wasting my time going back. But at the same time, I don't have any other answers. Yeah, this is how we got in here. Just making sure there's no other doors in here, though I would assume if there was another door in here, this would never have been a trap in the first place. So this wouldn't make any sense. Though, I suppose there is one thing that would make sense. That would be this. Carnby almost didn't make it through the door, but I'm assuming this is a good direction. Game? Oh, I still had control. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I heard his footstep right there at the end as I pressed forward. So I had to move while I couldn't see myself.
Oh, I see we both reached the same point.
We don't have much time. We gotta hurry. Or else our sacrifice will be useless.
Now you're talking like a native.
I feel like I've been entrusted with a mission.
Yeah, welcome to the club. There's a stela with some inscriptions over there. I'd like to know what it says. Follow me.
Wait, how did you know that that was there without having looked that way?
So, Can you transcribe it?
Wait. Yeah, I think I can. The gate is now before thee. The gate that holds the darkness back in the folds of the earth. Thou who are about to open it, thou must know that the night pushes the darkness back into these caves, while the sun calls them out. Thus, if the gate is opened, whilst the orb of day casts its first light, the darkness will spill out across the world, paving the way for its creatures, who will then roam the surface of the earth, feeding off the blood of all the children of light.
That doesn't sound good.
You can say that again.
Some kind of eternal night after the gates opened, I guess. That really doesn't sound good.
I think these must be the 7 gods of light.
Yeah, and that guy in the middle, that's gotta be Hecaton Kyriz, the god of gods.
Hey, do you believe in that legend?
Hey, do you believe in this island?
Come on, let's hurry up.
Got a point. Hey, Amber. I'm hanging in there. How about you? Continuing to rant about game design here and there, as I do. There might be a path there. Might also be a waste of my time. I feel like that's a waste of my time. It's also... Okay. I think I found a glitch. I don't think I'm supposed to be back there. Yeah, no, I can't go back over there from that angle. I learned a magic trick. Hang on. There we go. But yeah, yeah, no. I'm a wizard. Whoosh. Ta-da! I am one with the stone. No one can stop me. I am one with the stone. Whoosh. Whoop. It's the simple things in life. Yeah, safe to say that's not supposed to happen. Sure, why not? Prizes! Please tell me I can take all of these things. Ooh. Lightning gun. First aid kit. Battery charger for the lightning gun, probably. Charms of saving. Now, game, you're holding out on me. There was more than that in there. But I'll accept it. Yep, he's over there doing magic shit. Old man's gonna try to stop him.
I'm begging you, Alan. You have no idea of the consequences of what you're about to do.
No, I took care of that.
Sure. For years now, you've been watching me expecting this moment, just so you could see if your powers of witchcraft were still alive. But it's too late. You should have come begging long ago. You and I know that today is the day, or the night, actually. You're shaking. Yet you're like all the others, fascinated. I realize that only my father was able to fight the madness that courses through all of the Mortons, and that is what killed him. I am the one who killed him. And you want me to give up now? I've spent my entire life waiting for this moment. I never cared for your human world. My research has paid off. I have created a new being, a being with no conscience, no feelings, no pain, a being who will know neither doubt nor hope. Soon my children shall rule the earth, and my brother, that coward, will be one of them. I know what this statue represents, and that is why I am taking it with me. You thought that by destroying my world, you'd fulfill your destiny? Don't expect me to let you have that.
I've been getting mixed answers on that, and I really wish I could have gotten a even remotely consistent response on that one.
As for you, strangers...
But here, I'll up it a little bit.
But you too shall soon experience the taste of darkness and oblivion. Light has for too long ruled alone. It is time for darkness to spill out across the world. Bonadza ternas guru helie zair hekatonkires.
The issue is everybody's setup's different, so I can't guarantee that what's good for one person is good for everybody. So when I hear one good, one bad, I can't really commit a decision based on that. So now that I heard two bads instead of one good, one bad, I'm willing to raise it a little bit. That's where the issue comes in. And what kind of pearls?
I was expecting thee, warrior, for I knew thou would come tonight. Warrior, thou know not thy father nor mother, and thou were born on the very day my son passed away, wounded to death in his struggle against the world of darkness. I am Hekatoncheirus, the god of the vivifying right, and I have chosen thee to lead the struggle on thy world.
Okay, we're apparently some kind of chosen one. That's news.
From now on, thy battle is my battle. Through thy dreams I will teach thee. Tonight is to be your first challenge.
Okay.
Fail, and thy world shall disappear. Win, and it will be nothing but a reprieve. So shall be thy entire life. Let the light be thy guide.
Well, he didn't tell us anything ultimately useful at all. That just sounded like a load of shit. Like, hey, if you fuck up, you're gonna have to keep fighting the dark all the time.
Am I happy to hear your voice?
Aline, I had a strange dream. It's the first time I ever remembered one of my dreams.
That means you're on the right track. Where are you?
On a rocky outcrop, above an abyss.
You were lucky. Whatever happens, we've got to get Alan's statue back before sunrise. Eden Shaw told me that the waters of the springs had powers of healing. That's good news.
As long as we can find a spring, sure. But looks like we're in the world of darkness now. Yeah, sure. That didn't count as me firing my gun first at all, no. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Are you kidding me, game? Just gonna spawn that right on top of me? Yep, that's fair. Why do I have this feeling I'm wasting ammo fighting these? Because they're just gonna keep respawning. Except I can't get past this thing because... Oh, but... Oh, God. There we go. fuck's sake, game. Yep, that's fair. Very fair design here. Just spawn an enemy so it grabs you instantly. Yep, that's fair. Such great design. Okay. Great cutscene, everybody. Ah, that refills the battery charger. I should probably be using the lightning gun in here, shouldn't I? Since I can recharge the battery charger. But at the same time, I still have a finite amount. Let's try it, though. See how it goes. Pretty effective. Pretty effective. We're gonna go ahead and save now that we're in the World of Darkness as well. So nothing too bad can go wrong. I'm just trying not to save too close together because there's not much of a point to it with the way the game's saving works. Oh, for God's sake. If you could just move with a purpose, Carnby, that'd be great. Recharge, and then we will refill the battery charger with this crystal. But it does seem like the enemies here are infinite, so it's probably a waste of my time to even bother fighting them. But it is kind of them to give me a rechargeable gun here at the end. Wish I had this earlier. Okay. We have witnessed the birth of a monster. Hooray. I swear, if you poke me to death, I will be so upset. Mean it. I might scream. Be real mad. So, to have a frame of reference, by the way, how low is the game, and what setting do you have the Twitch video player set to for volume? So I know how much else I can balance this. I would assume I'm not that much louder than the game, so that shouldn't be too big an issue. Just need to know what kind of difference I'm working with here. And I don't know where in this mess I'm supposed to be going, because it all seems to lead to nothing. Unless this is actually somewhere forward. No, it's not a door or anything. Wait. Ah! It just has a weird corner piece in it that was blocking me from going through it. Gonna be that way, huh, game? Joke's on you. You knocked me back towards a reload. They expect you to be fighting a lot, considering how many of these crystals are laying everywhere. Oh yeah, no, a TV screen can get awful. Okay. There's an entire screen dedicated to a path that goes nowhere. Hooray. And I'm getting stuck on nothing. These guys are draining a lot of battery. Hopefully this is a good direction. Okay, our battery charger's empty. I need to find a crystal. Hopefully there is at least one out here. Otherwise we're gonna have to go with just what I have left in the gun. I'm gonna stop using the lightning gun until I can find a way to charge it, because I get the feeling I'm gonna need that. I should not have recharged the plasma gun. Oh well. That was wasteful. I double tapped, not necessarily meaning to. Perspective is a motherfucker. Can't tell where they are. Wasted health and ammunition just because I couldn't tell what plane of existence those little bastards were on. And of course they instantly respawn. And I can't see because this pillar's in the way. Oh boy. You know what I was saying? There were frustrating parts to this. Yeah, we're in one of them. Ah, okay. I was supposed to interact with that.
And now you die.
Alan, no!
You son of a bitch.
Aline?
Carnby?
Alan just tried to kill me.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Nor the last. I'm starting to believe in my guardian angel.
Don't you think it's more like the gods of light?
No doubt. No doubt at all.
This is why, Carnby, you keep your gun ready, if you can. And when somebody tries to cut the rope you're crawling across, you shoot the fucker. Also, apparently fully charging this thing took less battery than I thought. I actually had battery left. I assumed it was a 1-to-1 charge, but apparently it's a lot better than that. So we may as well just keep using this thing. I don't think we need anything else now. Wait, what's that? Up an object. Photoelectric pulsar. Ooh. Kept all the cool toys for the end of the game, huh? Okay. Energy weapon made by Jeremy Morton. It works by a series of mirrors. It's apparently very powerful. Obviously, I need a specific device for power supply. I assume it's the same battery charger this uses, but it probably takes a lot more juice. I'm not gonna play around with the pulsar, though, until I feel we need it. I don't want to be wasting too much power. Apparently this is a dead end. Wait, there's something over here still. Camera just does not want me to find it. I am nearly at the end. I no longer have the strength or energy to fight off their attacks. It is a miracle I got this far. Where is Deserto? What is he doing? He can't be afraid, not now, not on the final day of reckoning. But I am a Morton after all, and a Morton always faced his destiny alone. Oh Richard, oh father, I hope I have not let you down. Of course, during the night in my restless dreams, I heard their screaming, and once again saw the fear gleaming in their eyes as we abandoned them to the creatures of the night. But we did it for the good of the humanity, did we not, Father? So this, I assume, is Archibald, the one who we did not know how and when he died. He died down here in the World of Darkness. I am a Morton. Already Jeremy, my dear son, is discovering his destiny. even if he has reservations and hesitations. Yep, there it is. I, Archibald Morton, I was the first to cross the threshold. I alone have crossed into the world of darkness. I will die here, I am sure, but my glory will live on, like the glory of our name. Not far from here, I found an engraved stele. Here is the transcription. Our combat has only one possible outcome, the return of our mighty gods. Never believe, noble guardian, that you can vanquish the creatures of the night alone. Descent into the heart of their world, down to the mold of their creations, serves no purpose. It will only bring you a vain and inglorious death. The creatures ooze from their mold like blood from a wound, like water from its source. Their original form is a sticky black liquid, foul and reeking of soot and sulfur, impregnating every damp cavity that borders the Lake of Oblivion. There, little by little, this cursed seed metamorphosed into a hideous creature of the night. No man knows the force that reigns over the germination of these monstrosities. Only the gods of light know how to destroy them. That is why, O Guardian, your combat is infinite. Oh, come, creatures of the night, come to me. I am ready for your deadly embrace. I am ready to join you, to love you. Come to me, come. Well, they embraced him, and left him just bones on the ground. Fate of all the mad in the world, all that seek to rule the night. Grasping for power they can't have. Looks like we... there we go. Climb down the rope. I was trying to climb up it, but down is apparently where we're going. Then again, I suppose down makes more sense. Down into the pits of hell. We used up a bit of charge. How much does that take off? Okay, it looks like we get like 2 to 1, just about, in terms of charge. Like 1% of charge on the battery charger for 2% charge on the gun. I would assume the pulsar's either 1 to 1 or worse, because it's a much more powerful weapon. That crystal respawns. We might have infinite ammo here. Neat. Do those crystals fully recharge? No. At the very least, it recharged it enough. I'm not gonna say this isn't cathartic to be able to just blast everything in my path with lightning. You can't get rid of me that easily, buddy.
Alan, no, wait! Oh, damn.
Is it bad that I just imagine a weird little just like goblin laugh as he runs away, just with the way he just walks over and looks at me and just goes, nope, gone, goodbye. Fuck you, goodbye. Just keep recharging the gun. Since apparently these crystals just grow everywhere in here. Which is a hell of a thing when you consider that the world of darkness has all these bioluminescent crystals in it. I've just got some kind of crazy alien taser is basically what I'm running around with, apparently. You run up on me and I just go, nope. Those guys really do drink in the charge, though. Now, if my theory's correct, this shouldn't drain the entire battery to refill. It drained less than half of it. Okay. So my estimate's about correct. Fuck you. Ride the lightning. Looks like you're running out of room to run.
To spare, I'd congratulate you for your courage, but I'm running late. And it's also way too late for you, like for the others. Nothing can stop me now.
Hi.
Look what you did to your brother.
Obed? But...
Oh, he made Obed into that, huh? Oh, that seems about right. Karma's a bitch. Now, I saw his thing land on that ledge, though, and I don't really know how to get at it. I'm assuming I'm not meant to get it right now. It would have been right here. So we probably need to go somewhere else to get to the right height to reach where it actually landed. I'm also not sure why the sound isn't playing where those guys are. I guess just, like, camera perspective-wise, we were too far away from it, so it didn't make sound. Considering you can clearly see that the sound's working fine because we hear them get electrified just fine. There's definitely a few parts of this where they really make you wait for more charge. Not that we need more yet, but I would like more. Sure, climb the rope, why not? I'm gonna go ahead and save again here. Basically, I've been saving these save tokens for this part of the game, because I was expecting this to be harder. So far, this hasn't been bad, and I'm very suspicious of where the worm's gonna turn.
Carnby? Johnson here.
What?
This is Johnson, Frederick Johnson.
But what the...
I've been listening in on your radio transmission.
Of course you were.
You damn... You better tell me what happened to Fisk, and I mean now.
I don't know for sure. I believe Lamb terminated him.
But what for?
Carnby, there's something you must know. I work, or actually I used to work, for the government. I was ordered to infiltrate Christopher Lamb's organization. But my boss was taken off the case. Someone double-crossed us, and my cover was blown.
Bullshit. Just tell me about Fisk.
I believe Lamb got rid of your friend because he knew too much about Shadow Island and the Mortons. You probably know that at one time Fisk was part of Bureau 713.
And you just let the bastard do it?
I didn't know what was going on, but even if I had, I couldn't have done a thing. Do you have the tablets?
Are you joking or are you just stupid? Don't tell me you didn't know Lamb has already retrieved the translation.
This is worse than I thought.
Just do your job and let me do mine. Over.
The amount of people who have no idea what they're talking about in this world is fascinating. Also, actually fairly realistic, to be fair. In any kind of organization like that, the left hand never knows what the right's doing. There's another crystal. Any problems near this crystal? I would like to use some more of the charge before I recharge it. This way we save some more of the charge for later. I don't know if these crystals are going to keep getting further apart again or not.
Aline?
Okay. Wanted to make sure she didn't have any dialogue at this point. Considering we had the whole revelation with Johnson. Whether he's lying to us or not is a whole other question, but, you know. You can always tell when I'm about to fire this thing and I don't make it, when it lights up while I'm being bit. I may as well just walk around like this. It's not as fast, but it guarantees I'm not getting my arm bit anymore. Unless they drop in right on my head. I would just hold the button down, but it drains charge the whole time, even if it doesn't have a target. Oh, that's not a full charge either. I should go get that other crystal. I think I did leave a crystal back here. Oh, it respawned anyway. Never mind. The hell? Just had a weird moment with that other dog. He disappeared. Maybe when they're near the crystal, they don't survive. We're getting into some different situation here. A little warm. Suppose this is why they compare it to hell. Charge the gun. Wait, crystal. If I hang out here a second, is it gonna come back? Yes, it will. So we genuinely have infinite ammo in here. Interesting. I guess I didn't need to be as frugal with my ammo during the latter section as I thought, then. Considering this whole section, I assume, is going to be just me using the lightning gun and the pulsar, then. Because why would I use anything else when I literally have infinite ammo? Did this loop? This looped. Okay, that's a problem. But I also understand why they're giving you more or less infinite ammo, because if they didn't, you would very quickly get into a bad spot with the sheer volume of enemies in here. The other side of the coin is they could have, you know, just designed it without as much of a constant spawn of enemies, but it wouldn't have had the same effect. Because it makes sense that this place has constant, infinite respawning enemies, because this is the source of these creatures. This is where they're born. You chase something down to its nest, it's gonna... There's gonna be a lot of them, and it's gonna be constant. Like, much as you might think I would get annoyed by this, I at least understand this. I'm not the happiest having to constantly stop to deal with these, but it makes sense.
Carnby, this is Johnson.
What do you want now?
I have to warn you that Lamb knows at least one more spot where... another contact point.
Oh, great. He knows where the gates are and how to open them. But what's he after?
I don't know, really. My mission was to find that out. I believe he wants to use the Mortons' work for his own benefit.
Come on, cut the crap. If you knew all that, why didn't you call me sooner?
I thought my cover was solid, but Lamb had me under surveillance. And when I tried to contact my boss...
Stop it. You're breaking my heart.
Listen, Carnby, I know I owe you one. Both you and Aline. I got in touch with a reliable friend of mine who runs a helicopter company. We'll fly in and pick you up in an hour or two. Can you hold on until then?
Oh, yeah. Over.
Really gotta stop with the spawning enemies right as I end conversations or cutscenes there, game. It's a little rude. That's what I think you're fucking nonsense. Zap zap. No more bad thing. Hey. See you. Huh. You know what? You guys do you. I'm gone. Goodbye. Okay, they're faster than me on the stairs. That's not gonna work out. Goddamn little Zergling looking bastards. They're just popping in. They're not even getting the teleport animation. Couldn't you have at least given them the teleport in animation? Instead of just, boop, there I am. I exist now. Okay, the area has changed again, and we've got two choices. This path is lighter. I'm going this way. In the world of darkness, going where light is seems like a better idea. Okay. So, as it turns out... Oh, there we go. This is something Carnby can climb. One of the, I think, only instances where we've climbed anything. And it's only because I just decided to mash the button that we found out that that happens. Because I would have, if I hadn't tried that, gotten very stumped and been like, okay, the hell am I supposed to do here? Oh, this is where the original Apcanis village was. You can see the buildings dug into the walls. This is where the Guardians lived, trying to keep this under control. Okay, that spawning's getting out of control. Send help. Hey. Bad. All of you are bad. No, 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 no. That dog. We've gone in a circle. Son of a bitch. Going this way. This is where they were all coming from, so this is probably where I need to be.
Carnby, where are you?
I'm in a very large room with gigantic, ornate columns.
Then you're almost there. Hurry up.
How do you know? Did you get there ahead of me? If so, I repeat the previous question of how. Oh, that's inconvenient. Well, correction. That is very convenient, because that might be a bridge now. Nope, it's looking like it's just blocking things up. Okay. Oh. That's a problem. Maybe it is a bridge, then. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong spot. I'm going to guess there's a spot I need to interact with. Because I have no other answers. Aha! This counts as a ramp. Sure. I feel like they could have done that from a better perspective so you can tell what's going on with that. This is probably one of those healing pools. Wait. Fill what flask? Since when did I have a flask? Am I crazy or did this flask just come out of nothingness and is just here now? Am I crazy? So I'm pretty sure we didn't have this. How many times can I fill this? So I'm just gonna keep filling this if it's gonna let me keep filling it. It only lets me have 4. Okay. Can't blame a guy for trying. I was half expecting to suddenly have like 12 charges of flask and I was gonna be very happy. But at the very least, that's still 4 more, I presume, medkits to keep me alive. And it's a refillable med. I'm a fool. Hang on. Brain just realized something it should do. One moment. It's almost like I should do the same thing with my body that I did with my laser gun, in that I should use enough to get me to full health and then refill it. apparently I can't go better than okay with that? What? See, I'm confused by virtue of the fact that we've been able to get to a fine status before, so why am I capped at okay now? This seems like another good place to put a save point, though. I'm putting a bunch more saves down in this area because of the fact that I may need to, like, backtrack to get something. Because I may have missed a object somewhere and we get either bad end or failed because we don't have it. And I might be being paranoid, but it wouldn't be the first time a game like this has done that. Okay. Game that's clearly lit up like it matters. Why won't you let me do anything with it? Yeah, see, I'm supposed to interact with it. Do I... Ah, I guess I come around behind it? 2 heads are missing, so I gotta find some heads, I guess? Okay. I can do that. Hello, obvious-looking path that I am not allowed to walk down. That clearly leads somewhere, but it's just like, nah, you don't go that way. Okay, this is also pointless. Good. Good. I'm so glad this has 0 purpose. Why are all these people mummified? Like, it would make sense if they were mummified and put somewhere. The fact that they're just kind of laying around all over the place mummified is a little weird. Okay, that's where we got in here from, apparently. Does this go somewhere? Yes. Yes, it does. It's the 7 gods of light again. Or rather, 6. Oh. So Alan's been monsterfied. Whoa there. Considering blasting him with this didn't stop him, I'm concerned that he's unkillable. But let's try the big gun. Yeah, he flashes like he took damage. As he does weird Scooby-Doo monster poses at me. Whee! Ow, that's a rock. I was trying to hit him while he was down, but I'm learning the range of this gun. I also don't know why the music got super aggressive suddenly. Hopefully it is not too loud. Yeah, not so far. Seems like he doesn't care. I might want to just go back to tickling him with the other one. At least this one I can hit him and move a bit better. Oh god. Wait. Yep, that's a wall. That's what wall tastes like. I need to heal before he kills me. I now understand why they gave us so much health, though. Now he goes again. I think I'm supposed to leave while he's stunned. Ah! I'm not supposed to fight him, I don't think. I'm supposed to grab that. Or rather, I need to fight him to keep him busy long enough for me to get that. Want the thing? How do I get the thing? I can only assume there's like a very specific interact spot for this. I would have thought it would have been the very square rock there to climb on top of, but apparently it is not. I'm at the very least going to turn that down in my head a little more, because that is hammering in my ears. I mean, I've got all these rockets. We can always try that, though I assume these electric weapons are the better choice still. Come on, stand up. Yeah, that doesn't seem to have done any more, really. Ow. Yeah, I think trying to use the rocket launcher is a bad idea. It takes too long to turn and aim it, considering how fast he moves. Yeah, see, now we're in fine status. I guess it doesn't want you to overfill your health, so it stops you if you're going to overfill. It's a waste prevention, perhaps? He has such long reach with those goddamn gangly arms. Wait, hello? Hang on, I got an idea. What the? Okay, hold on. The hell is that? He was behind me, and then he teleported. Do I have to go for it while he's kneeling? Yeah, okay, that's a cutscene moment. What? Okay. I have become Magic Man. Face my power, demon. Behold. I hit you in the dick. Aha! And that's all the power we had. Gotta do a fancy flip to turn back to normal me. Apparently Weird Gangle Man's weak point was right getting hit in the dick. Which, you know, that's fair. So that's all for Alan, I guess, unless he gets cloned or something by the goo. Which wouldn't that be a hell of a thing? Probably need to be on the other side. I have a brilliant idea. There, see, I am the last statue head I need. Aha. It would be funnier if I could crouch, but unfortunately I don't have that power.
I have the statue.
Aline, over here. Everything's about to collapse. Run for it.
As she casually walks towards me. Ah, that explains where we get the last one. She goes and gets the other one. I assume then she fights Obed and I had to fight Alan, perhaps, then?
I saw a helicopter on the west shore. You haven't a second to waste. Hurry, because the sun will be rising soon.
But, and you?
I can now fulfill my destiny, thanks to you. I am most grateful. Now go.
I assume he's gonna close the gate while we get out of here. Surprising that Johnson himself came along. That's fair. Slapping the shit out of him. He's gonna destroy the island.
Mr. Fishburne, you are a geologist specializing in what scientists call plate tectonics. Could you tell us more about what happened?
Shadow Island was situated precisely on the crest of a minor fault line. This fault line suddenly spread by a dozen or so meters, and the island literally vanished.
Miss Wallace, you can send Fishburne his nice little reward.
Of course, the tectonics were a cover story for the magic blowing up the island. But apparently that's the end of Alone in the Dark. Now, I gotta say, for a final fight, that fight with Alan was kinda dumb. Like, he was not really a threat with the tools you were given at that point. I feel like that fight could have been cut and nothing would have been lost. I will say, my own obtuse pathing and everything, I think was my entire problem with this game. This game is not the best I've ever played, but it's not a bad game. As I said to begin with this game is not bad. Not my thing entirely, but it's at least a decent entry into survival horror, and it's an easy game. On the whole, I would say this game is actually too easy. We only hit a couple rough points, and it's because of the fact that for example, the flyer takes way too much ammunition to kill for no real reason. It's just a huge ammo sink. And then the game immediately provides you with enough ammo to balance out all the ammo you spent there, making spending that ammo pointless. So I'm not sure where the thought process was with that. Then there's the whole World of Darkness section, where you had infinite ammo. I don't disagree with it on a logical perspective, but I feel like mechanically it could have been shorter. I feel like they should have done more with the manor and a little bit less with the World of Darkness. Because the World of Darkness already feels rushed and kind of pointless mechanically. Like, it's just there to finish putting the last few loose ends together for the story. As I said, it's cathartic and satisfying to run through and kill every enemy you've seen throughout the game up to that point, and with a bug zapper essentially. But it just feels also kind of silly and out of place, for lack of a better way of putting it. I dig this song though. This song's kind of fun. And the whole thing with Johnson actually being on our side, technically, is he was a double agent the whole time. Not a surprise in the slightest, really. And it also just kind of comes out of nothing, because we had no connection to Johnson, really, to begin with, because he was mentioned at the beginning of the game in the intro cutscene, and then once or twice in dialogue, and nothing else. You had no connection to the man at all. So that felt a bit silly too. But I'm not gonna sit here and pick this apart. The game's done. I'm probably gonna stop for the day here, because I've already been going 5 hours, and if I start something else, I would have to, one, figure out what I was gonna do next, and all that pretty quickly. I'm just gonna mute the game audio for a moment while I do my final bits here, because otherwise it's gonna get distracting, but at least this way you guys have something to look at while I do my final prep. Yeah, as I said, not a bad game. I enjoyed the game as a whole. Could they have thought through some of the pathing through the game better? Yes. Is it fine as a whole? Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, the biggest issues was my own fault. I don't know if I would recommend it to other people to stream this, in part just because of the fact that the moment you start getting a little distracted, it's very easy for this to fall apart. But other people may not have as much of a problem there as I did. And would I recommend the game as a whole? Yeah, sure. If you like survival horror games, you'll probably love this. Since I'm kind of lukewarm on survival horror games, it didn't really hit for me. But it's fine. I would say be very careful if you try to use the PC version, because it's very hit or miss on people's systems. You'd be better off with one of the console versions, and if you do use a console version, I would recommend the Dreamcast version. Getting a hold of it physically, gonna be complicated. Of course, you could always play the Game Boy Color version. But that's a whole other thing. But no, at this point, I'm going to pick out somebody for us to go see. Tomorrow we'll continue Dragon Quarter. Monday, I have a couple ideas. I have not committed to a specific idea yet. Tuesday, we're going to be trying out something special. I'm going to be doing a variety of games again on Tuesday. Kind of like what Thursday was, where I was doing a bunch of demos, but it's not going to be demos this time because the next fest will have ended by then. I won't have access to those demos as much anymore. So it will be just a slew of things I wanted to try, or I wanted to test the waters as to how well it would be received, or how well it would stream. I do have some ideas for that already, but that will be addressed when we get there. And then, of course, when it loops back around to Friday, as long as things work out, it'll be collab day again, and things will continue. Saturday will be whatever game I decide for Saturday again. And then we're back where we started. Where do I wanna go? Where do I wanna send people? Chaos is active really early today. I raided Crimson last week. I don't care about Alien Isolation. Let me... I did add a new person to my list recently. Let me check how their setup is, because they seemed like a decent person when I ran into them, but I haven't actually sat in on them, because this is the first time they've been streaming since I added them. Let me go do a quick check on that. If that works out, we'll go see them. I just need to take a look. Audio balance, okay. Yeah, their setup seems okay, but... Okay, that's that one. I saw a notification pop up that I wasn't familiar with. And it is somebody doing a birthday stream. I like to boost people up when they're doing special days like birthdays or celebrations. So we'll go see Dr. Oakley. I met them through Game Tracks, I seem to recall, was where I saw them. They seem like okay people. They're playing in Symphony of the Night, which is of course a good game. So that should be a decent watch. As always, thank you all for putting up with me getting grumpy with this game, and of course, just watching in general. I will, of course, again, apologize for some of the salt that started forming there. I reacted a little harsher than I needed to at points. It is what it is. Yeah, I know. That's gonna be your reaction to almost everything I do. I know. That's why there's a 10-minute timer on that, so you guys don't sit there and sass me the whole time. Because otherwise that's what's gonna happen. People are gonna run out of points by the end of a stream, so they'll just be sitting there pushing that button. But either way, I'll see you all tomorrow for Dragon Quarter, as mentioned, and just have a good one and be good to Oakley.